Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to this day 2 of the digital conference, the JaCSA digital conference, of course. And we had an absolutely amazing time yesterday. We have come for part 2 of this amazing experience. And of course, it promises to be just as good or perhaps even better than the time that we had yesterday. I'm Althea Mackenzie, happy to be on board with you again as we just continue to talk about how it is that we can provide the best service to customers. You, me, we got the power of service excellence, and that is what we're seeking to demonstrate over this day here. We did that yesterday in an absolutely fantastic way. So many standout moments for us all yesterday. And so we have to spend some time to reflect on that because we were inspired to do even more in terms of service and to make sure that we're doing it in an excellent way. And I hope that you're on this journey with me, not just for yesterday and today, but certainly as you move forward in the service that you're offering to others. And it doesn't matter the kind of business that you're in, the service is going to be very critical. So there's a song that has been ringing in my head, and I'm going to get to Georgette in just a minute, but I just wanted to share a little bit of this with us because this is something that has been going through my head. In fact, I've been up since 3:30 this morning. Don't ask me why, and just couldn't go back to sleep. And it is a song done by Bishop Charles Jenkins, one that you should know quite well. And it says, my God is awesome. He can move mountains, keep me in the valley, hide me from the rain. My God is awesome. Heals me when I'm broken, strength when I've been weakened. Forever he will reign. My God is awesome. 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 My God is awesome. He can move mountains, keep me in the valley, hide me from the rain. My God is awesome. And I tell you, that is perhaps something that I've had asked the JaCSA choir to do. We have a little mini choir up in here. But I think of people like Camille, wherever it is that you are. Good morning, Camille. Yes, we have been having some wonderful times with JaCSA. I want to tell you, and this is from Roy Lesson, have no fears or worries because your God is awesome. Simply be at rest, trusting in your Father. He knows what is best. His love rests upon you. Angels are everywhere. Your heart can be certain you are in his care. And now we're going to turn you over to Georgette Thompson, who is Vice President of JaCSA, and she will do the rest of this invocation. Good morning, Georgette.
Good morning. Let us pray. Father, we give you thanks and we give you praise for today and for the gift of life. And as we, Lord, embark on yet another day of conference in this National Customer Service Week, God, we invite your presence. Bless our presenters, our audience, our wonderful sponsors. We surrender ourselves in adoration to you, Lord, and we humbly beseech thee that you will come by with your sweet spirit and inspire our hearts today, we pray. Amen.
We say amen, amen, and amen, amen. Clothing, food, and shelter his love freely brings. Faithfully he'll keep you covered by his wings. Everything he's promised, he will surely do. God who sees the sparrow watches over you because he is indeed awesome. If this is your first time joining us for a JaCSA conference, then you are in for a treat. I was absolutely blown away by Mike and Danny and their team in terms of how seamlessly we were able to move through this virtual conference on day one. We learned about moving from digital 4.0 into this transformation of 5.0, and that we did through a number of speakers. I think the standout speaker for me certainly yesterday, and I might get into trouble for doing this, but Dr. Keneal, I really have to give him kudos for pulling it all together. What was amazing for me is how every single speaker, from the JaCSA chairman to the prime minister, to Dr. Keneal, to the speakers that were in the sessions that were moderated, they just all seem to be on the same page. And that page is not just about service excellence, but the humanity that you bring to it. So we would have heard the founding member of JaCSA, Mrs. Ilse Duvernay, talking about Ubuntu, and that was picked up by the JaCSA chairman, and that was carried through the entire conference for the day. This whole feeling of humanity that we all have to embrace, and particularly at a time when we're going through a global pandemic, it is going to be very important for us to anchor ourselves in this understanding of who we are as a people and how it is that we can move together. So when we talk about service excellence begins at your yard. It begins at home. It starts with how it is that you share with your families. What do you bring to the table? We have been hearing that there are some challenges at home now because people are, for the first time in years, many of them forced to be in the same space over a ton of hours. Normally, the children would be out at school and parents would be at work. Parents are having to work from home. Children are having to do their schooling from home as well. And so we're learning how to peacefully coexist. At the service level, we have to bring even more to the table. And simply because when somebody walks up to you these days, they have a mask on. What they're going to see, your eyes. What you're going to give them is yourself and more of yourself as you push ahead to service excellence. And that is what this organization is about, recognizing the importance of service excellence. Before I introduce Sandra Bodner-Reed, Director of JaCSA, let me just give you a sense of who our sponsors are, because I think it is important for us to just share that information with you. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to ask Dwayne to just load that introduction for me so I can have a seamless introduction of Sandra Barton Reed. We are here as a result of a partnership with the Office of the Cabinet, the RJ Arglina Communications Group, British Caribbean Insurance Company, BCIC, Sagicor Group, Jamaica National Group, the National Commercial Bank, the National Housing Trust, Victoria Mutual Group, the Tourism Enhancement Fund, TEF, Guardian General Insurance Limited, CariMed Group Limited, Guardian Life Limited, Restaurants Associates Limited, operators of Burger King, Popeyes, and Little Caesars Jamaica, and Tasty Jamaica Limited. We have partners, the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica, PSOJ, Cariflow Innovations Limited, the Jamaica Cultural Development Commission, JCDC, Quartz Jamaica, the Jamaica Manufacturers and Exporters Association, JMEA, the Mapen Hospital, Caricode, Sagient Management Systems, and I'm so that if I mispronounce it, Dwayne is going to let me know, BDMS Solution, and Jamaica News Network, JNN. One of the things as you get older is that you really don't remember everything. All right, so we are just a brief introduction of Sandra Barton Reed. What I can say to you is that she is an extremely hard worker, very quiet in her disposition, but she said, me, yes, you. Yes, Sandra Barton Reed is very quiet in her disposition, but a powerhouse. And so we say good morning and welcome to Mrs. Sandra Barton Reed. We are going to be learning quite a bit today as we go throughout the day. But she is going to do the introduction of Miss Nita Lackmandas, and I hope I have that right.
Hi, good morning, all. Wow, we're here on day 2. I absolutely must preface the biodata on Nita Lackmandas, Executive Director, Institute of Service Excellence at Singapore Management University, ISES, with a few comments on how we connected with her in the first instance. I couldn't not do that. At JaCSA, we've been contemplating over recent years the measurement and national indexation of customer satisfaction. Then we were given a specific charge by none other than the most honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Andrew Holness, to do just that. So our chairman, being who she is, Dr. Ensombe Jaja, started researching various frameworks and models used by different countries in measuring their national customer satisfaction levels. After reviewing a number of these country models, we decided that there was so much synergy between ourselves and Singapore that we then reached out through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and as they say, the rest is history. Nita is here this morning, so I had to say that. Now to Nita's biodata. Nita assumed the position of Executive Director at ISES in October 2015. In her current capacity, she leads the Institute in driving forward its mission to help businesses in Singapore in their digital service transformation efforts, raising service levels, and building consumer experience strategies through 3 key areas of focus, they being benchmarking and comparative analysis using customer satisfaction data analytics, research and thought leadership, and industry engagement. Prior to her ISES appointment, Nita was Assistant Chief Executive, Business Development Group at the Singapore Tourism Board. Her 8-year stint at STB saw her lead in a wide range of areas, from manpower and labor policies to technology development and, of course, service excellence. Nita has over 20 years of working experience in the areas of marketing, communications, accounts management, and business development in companies such as Northwest Airlines and the Media Corporation of Singapore. Throughout this time, NITA has been responsible for profile building, business development, identifying and targeting new clients, brand management, advertising and client communication, public relations, event management, and putting into place loyalty and CRM strategies. NITA graduated from the National University of Singapore with a law degree, with honors, of course. I give you Nita Lachmandas, Executive Director, Institute of Service Excellence at Singapore Management University. Join me then in extending an unmatchable Jamaican welcome to Nita Lachmandas.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sandra, and to everybody at JaCSA. It's wonderful, wonderful to be here. And thank you for such a kind introduction to me. It's really, I'm 13 hours behind you guys in Jamaica, by the way. So it's kind of late at night here. But you know, it's so heartwarming to see all the work that you are doing in trying to build this wonderful service product that you obviously have in Jamaica. And I think Jamaica is extremely well known for your service industries, your hospitality industries. So kudos to you for taking this even further. As Sandra said, she approached me through your embassy. I believe it's based in India. And I was actually quite fascinated and very heartened by the fact that Jamaica, whom I associate with a very, very vibrant, lively service culture, is actually looking at going a step further and building a national service index. And I think that's just wonderful. I'd like to keep the presentation that I have today interactive, if that's possible. So please, feel free to drop me any questions. Sandra, I perhaps hope that you can ask some of those questions if I don't have sight of my screen. And I would be happy to share with you this journey that we have undertaken in building a national and sustaining, of course, a national service index. So maybe let me jump straight into the presentation. And, if you have any questions, please feel free to. I really do hope that we have an interactive discussion around this, because I think that this is such an important subject matter as, borders, as goods and services, start to be available across borders, and experiences are now starting to be available across borders, right? We're now in a virtual meeting, in a virtual conference. Who would have thought that just 3 years ago? There is a danger, I think, that goods and services can fall into the trap of becoming completely commoditized. And really, the one thing that's going to differentiate businesses, companies, is how they treat their customers, how their customers feel about them. And we are strongly of the view that, service excellence is a huge, huge competitive advantage for businesses. And as a country, is a huge competitive advantage for our country. So that is why we have invested, I guess, into it in a very, very big way. I'm not going to talk about myself. I think Sandra did me more than service in telling you about my background. Suffice to say that the area that we pay a lot of attention to is really understanding consumer decision making, and really understanding how customer experience design is then going to influence consumer decision making. And that's where I think a lot of the work that we do in the institute that I am in is centered on now. A little bit about the Institute of Service Excellence. The Institute of Service Excellence was established in 2007, so we are coming to 14 years now. we were established as essentially a joint venture with the Singapore government. So the Singapore government was very, very heavily involved and vested in the move towards service excellence. And hence we were set up as a joint venture with the government. And obviously, our mission was to effect positive change in the service landscape and in the services industry. Actually, in the discussions that we had with our board and everything, the real idea was that we wanted the topic of service excellence to be discussed at every board, every company board. We wanted it to be discussed at the highest levels. We wanted the chairman of the board to be extremely, extremely interested in how their company was doing as far as service excellence was concerned. And we definitely wanted companies to understand the nexus of service excellence and a profitable organization. And this idea that the consumer has choice and the consumer increasingly has more and more choice is a discussion that we try and have all the time, because especially after COVID, we saw that companies was getting so busy just trying to sustain themselves. And I did have a couple of people come and tell me that they were too busy to think about service, and that really worried me and that really saddened me, because in a time like this, it is going to be the experience, and it is going to be the service experience that I think is going to determine whether a company survives this period or does not survive this period, whether a company builds loyal consumers or does not. And sometimes to hear people putting service as a backseat is something that even up to today is quite jarring, and I think we all need to be very mindful of that. I think Sandra talked about this, but suffice to say that we've been set up as an institute. We have 4 key areas of focus. The National Service Index obviously is benchmarking and comparative analysis. The work that we do on the benchmarking, and because we are an institute and we sit in an academic institution, right? We sit in a university. We do have academia that are heavily involved in service research, and this allows us to do quite a lot of work in the area of service-related research, which then we use to engage the industry. And what has been very, very important for us, and I have to say this has been a relatively recent development, as in perhaps the last 4 or 5 years, is the idea of us being really, really involved in capability development. So now we offer the biggest platform and curriculum of service-related executive education, workshops, training, and we actually even offer a diploma in service excellence with multiple streams that people can take. In fact, today we offer the biggest number of curated programs in the area of service excellence. And this is an area that the Singapore government has been investing very heavily in lifelong learning and in skills development. And this is an area that we have found has been really, really important. It's not enough just to do the benchmarking. It's not enough just to do the research. We actually need to be involved in actually the transfer of skills and capabilities development as well. And hence we've, over the last 5 years, I think, invested quite a lot of resource in this as well. So maybe let's step back. The year is 2007. And so why the need for a national index? you can see that, in about the early 2000s, the service industry started growing as part of Singapore's GDP, having a much bigger share of GDP. And because the service industry was starting to grow, and I suspect that that is something that a lot of countries can identify with, right? The service sector, perhaps Singapore was, prior to that, quite a manufacturing-based economy. And I'd say in the 1980s, 1990s, they decided that they started to restructure, the government started to restructure the economy with a view that Singapore would focus on high value added manufacturing businesses, and really wanted to focus a lot more on the service industry being banking and finance, the ICT sectors, and of course the traditional service sectors that really supported making Singapore a hub for banking and finance, for ICT, for telecommunications, for technology. And that would be the hospitality industry, the F&B industry, the retail industry. At this time that Singapore was growing, Singapore was also what was very, very important for Singapore was this idea that if we were going to become the regional hub for finance or the regional hub for technology, then we needed to create an environment where people would want to live in Singapore. We needed to be able to attract investment and attract talent. And hence, we needed a vibrant F&B sector, we needed a vibrant hotel sector, retail sector, etc., arts and entertainment. And this is really where I think Singapore was starting to see a lot of, I'd say, uncertainty about how our service sector and how we were delivering service excellence. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. This was also the time that the organization that I was with, the Singapore Tourism Board, had some very, very ambitious developments. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Singapore. The picture on the top left is the Marina Bay Sands. That is what we call an integrated resort. It's probably one of the most iconic buildings in the world currently. On the bottom left, we had also invested in bringing the Formula One to Singapore, and actually it was the world's first night race. And then you see the Universal Studios on the right-hand side. I guess the point I'm trying to make is that we had Singapore had invested something like $2 billion in building up the tourism industry. And a lot of the investments were obviously in very, very heavy investments in infrastructure, in events. And there was a lot of concern within the government that, yes, we are investing all these things in building this wonderful infrastructure and bringing these wonderful events. Are we going to be able to live up to the, we always talk about hardware and hardware, right? So, yes, we have all this hardware, but is our workforce, are they leveled up to deliver a wonderful experience as well? And that was a big challenge. And actually, that was the time I joined the Singapore Tourism Board. My first role at the Singapore Tourism Board, what they brought me into was actually to build up the culture of service within the tourism industry and within all the adjacent industries as well. So I was, really, really heavily involved in identifying where the gaps were and how we needed to plug those gaps. It was also a time where the region was getting more and more competitive. On the top left picture is Shanghai. You've got Kuala Lumpur in the bottom picture. And I think the Singapore government realized that we can never compete. We will never have deeper pockets as many of our neighbors in the region. We cannot keep investing just on infrastructure. We really need to start investing in other things as well, in our people. And prior to say 2010, we would have a lot of tourists coming to Singapore because the brands were in Singapore, the nice buildings were in Singapore, everything was in Singapore. And we realized that the region was developing really, really fast. And suddenly, where we were always way ahead, we needed to make sure that our workforce was in lockstep with other countries in the region. For example, Thailand, that was really, really well known for their customer service and their service excellence. So that was another reason why the investment needed to be made in service excellence. And finally, I'd say that at that time, there was really very, very little data to guide Singapore on really how were we doing in the service excellence space. And actually, the only data point that we had as the government was this study by the World Economic Forum called the Global Competitiveness Report. And this is a study that they release every year. And I know it's a bit small, I apologize. We will send you a copy of the presentation after this conference is over. But you can see that when Singapore benchmarked itself and it was looking at how it was doing in this study, we were actually declining, and our numbers were rather low compared to, say, the US, compared to Japan, compared to a lot of the countries that were in our region. And what was even more worrying for Singapore was, in this report, only one question was asked. By the way, this report was filled out by, or this report was sent, a survey was sent to 150 top leaders in all the markets that were represented in the survey. So in Singapore, it would be the CEOs of 150 of the top companies in Singapore. And in order to determine customer orientation, only one question was asked. In your country, are the firms, are they highly responsive to customers and customer retention? And it was on a scale of 1 to 7. So you can imagine that, Singapore was not doing extremely well in this one question. But this one question was a very, very vague question. It was very nebulous, and it didn't give us any clues as to, so what were we not doing well in? If we compared ourselves, say, to Japan, to the US, to South Korea, why were they doing better in this one question than we were? And there was nothing beyond this that gave us any ideas about what to do. And that is why the Customer Satisfaction Index of Singapore was then actually launched. So let me tell you, this is the national index, and perhaps this is akin to the index that you are thinking of in Jamaica that Sandra was talking about as well. When we launched the Customer Satisfaction Index of Singapore, it was launched obviously at a national level, right? The government was involved. It was, and still is, by the way, the only national cross-sectoral study of customer experience. It was a very, very extensive study, and it was really intended to provide businesses with, for the first time perhaps, competitive benchmarking across the entire spectrum of service industries. On the right-hand side, you can see the industries that we started with: retail, infocom, air transport, land transport, food and beverage, logistics, education, tourism, finance and insurance, and healthcare. So you can see that it was extremely extensive. I have to say, over the years, it is not as extensive as it has been, and I will talk a little bit about some of the challenges of sustaining an index as well. But suffice to say that at that time and up till today, we measure over 30,000 data points a year. over 1,000 distinct entities are measured, and over 200 then companies then get their scores published. It's probably one of the most extensive surveys done in Singapore, even up till now. The CSISG, and I will refer to the Customer Satisfaction Index of Singapore as the CSISG from now on, if you don't mind. It was based off the American Customer Satisfaction Index, which was developed by the University of Michigan at Ann Arbor. And you can see that a structural model was built to determine a robust way of measuring customer satisfaction. And that was really, really important for us. We actually traveled to many places, to many countries, and we looked at several models. And we then decided that the American Customer Satisfaction Index was probably one of the more robust models that we saw. Now, once we took this, we still needed to adapt it to what we needed in Singapore. But I would say in terms of the framework of the model, we have stuck quite close to the model that you see on the screen in front of you. So what happens is the model looks at the different dimensions of quality, customer expectations. So customer expectations is really what were you expecting before you say went to Burger King. Perceived overall quality was both product and service quality. Did it meet your expectations? Perceived value is really the dimension of price versus quality, quality versus price. So that's on the left-hand side. The right-hand side is the assumption that good customer, when customers are satisfied, customer complaints should go down and customer loyalty should go up. The model, the arrows are basically they indicate relational arrows to the different dimensions that are measured. The ability to benchmark across industry sectors is really based on the bubble in the middle there, which is customer satisfaction, which is really made up of three questions: overall satisfaction, ability to meet expectations, and similarity to ideals. So for example, was your stay at the Hilton Hotel, how close was it to an ideal hotel stay that you would have? Regardless of industry, regardless of sector, industry, subsector, whatever wherever you are, all of them get asked these three questions, which then derives a customer satisfaction score. The three questions are not in terms of share of each question, they're not the same. They're all weighted depending on the industry and depending on how the questions are answered. But they make up a customer satisfaction score that then allows us to compare across the different industry sectors. So within the sector and across industry sectors. I talked a little bit earlier about the fact that the only indication that the Singapore government had of how Singapore was performing was the World Economic Forum report. So it was important to the Singapore government that we had a national score. So we had a national KPI. And actually, a number of our government ministers publicly announced a national KPI in terms of a service excellence score for Singapore. So it was very, very important that we computed a national score. So this slide actually tells you how we go about computing the score. It's quite technical. I'm not going to get into the technicalities. I'm not a technical person myself anyway. But suffice to say that we, in addition to this study, what we do is what we call an incidence study. An incidence study is really essentially a share of wallet study. It is the study that allows us to shortlist the companies that are going to form part of the CSISG, because obviously we cannot measure every single company in every single industry sector that's out there. So what we do is we do it's a bit like a population census study. We go out, it follows the demographics of Singapore. We take a sample, a fairly big sample, and we ask them, okay, in the last 1 month, where did you shop? What did you eat? Which mobile phone company do you use? It's a whole bunch of questions asked of both locals and tourists. This is before COVID, obviously, in the last couple of years, in the last 18 months we've not been able to measure tourists, and this we then apply. We use STB data. We apply local and tourist weights, and this then is summed up to be able to give us an indication of which are the key companies that Singaporeans and tourists are interacting with in all the different industry sectors. And then when we do the CSISG, that is actually what gives us the company score. We apply weights, obviously looking at national data about the companies, and we get subsector scores based on that. In order to get the sector and national scores, we then have to look at revenue share studies, and we also have to look at GDP data. So really the idea behind the national score and the idea behind the customer satisfaction index of Singapore from the very beginning was that we have a national score, we measure all the big companies, and hopefully, the big companies are the ones that will drive change, they will move the needle, and hopefully they will also be the starting point for encouraging the industries as a whole, the rest of the companies, the smaller companies, to also level up as well, right? We want a rising tide to lift all boats in the process. And what we do is every year, this is obviously not the whole list, but what we do is we are very, very public. Every year, we publish the national score, and we also publish how all the companies that are measured have done, and we are very open about publishing the score. So you will see that, say for transport, or whether it's actually any of the sectors that are here, we show the ranking of each company. We show how they compare to one another. And if you see the arrows on the left, it also shows whether they are improving or are they going down year to year. And we do this every single year. We're very, very open about how the companies are performing. And I can tell you that that was something that was a problem, and perhaps even not many companies actually like the fact that we publish this completely openly. The CSISG, so what we started with, and if I can go back, you can see that this is a very, very broad model, and this is perhaps quite a blunt tool that we were using. And in the initial years, we used this model, and then the companies would come back to us and say, okay, I need more information on what perceived overall quality means, because that's just too broad. I don't know what you're trying to tell me, because it was essentially 3 questions: perceived overall quality, perceived customization, perceived reliability. That's not good enough for me. I don't know enough. So eventually, perceived overall quality was separated into perceived overall product quality, perceived overall service quality, and even that was not good enough for the companies. So over the years, we've had to evolve the CSISG, because if we want it as a tool that gives us a national score, well and good, it's worked, but if we're ranking companies and we're not able to give them more insights as to how they are being ranked, that started to create a problem for us, because in the initial years, actually, in the initial years, we had, companies that were being measured, calling us and saying, look, I don't have enough data. You're not telling me why I'm below my competitor, for example, and I don't believe this measurement that you're using. A couple of them actually even brought their lawyers into meetings with us because we were so public about everything that we were measuring, and the fact that there was not enough data and there was becoming a problem. So over the years, the CSISG has evolved, and we've added serve-qual dimensions if those are the right dimensions to add, or some sort of serve-qual dimensions. We've done customer journey mapping, we've added touch points. And actually, over the years, we've also added more things to the questionnaire because we realized that it's also become a good opportunity to collect insights. So I would say what was very much a blunt model in the first year or two has over the years become much sharper. So, for example, the retail industry, and this is brick and mortar retail, is when we look at overall quality, we actually break down now the dimensions that we are looking at. This is not exactly serve-qual. It perhaps has some serve-qual elements, but every model that we build is a model that is then back tested to make sure that the model is the model is robust and that the model can stand. So there's a lot of work that goes into building for every specific sector now, and every specific industry. We've actually built industry and sector specific models. So that's the retail model. And if you look at the questions, you can see that it's actually quite extensive. For store, we have several questions: service staff, product, promotion, etc., etc. And like I said, they're back tested. We identify the attributes that have the highest impact on satisfaction. We do what we call an impact analysis because we really want to be able to guide the businesses and the companies that buy the reports about the attributes that have the highest impact, that are going to move the needle for their customers. We've also done journey mapping. You can see that, this is for hospitals. We actually map the entire journey for patients when they interact with the hospitals. And we then identify the pain points, and we then build that into the CSISG. We do all kinds of attribute analysis. This is for the hotel industry. And we measure those year to year. We do touch point analysis now. And as channels become more and more important, and as a lot of companies are, trying to figure out how do they transform their businesses from one channel to the next, perhaps from a physical channel to a digital channel, the kind of touch point analysis that we're doing is becoming more and more important to the companies as well. So I would say, as a result of that, Singapore's customer satisfaction score has gone up. I'm very, very pleased to say that we actually have exceeded the targets that we had, and I'm very, very pleased for that. I'm going to now talk about what are some of the lessons. So I understand from Sandra that you guys are in fairly advanced discussions. I think about building a national service index. I would say that it's been a wonderful journey for us in building this index, and there are many other countries that also, I think, adopted the national index, and many of them adopted the index from the ACSI, the American Customer Satisfaction Institute. But not many have been able to sustain it for 14 years. And I thought that it would be good to share with you some of our lessons. We've done some things right. We have not done some things right, and we still continue to face challenges. And some of this may be relevant to you, some of this may not be relevant to you, but this has been our experience. as we worked on sustaining the index. And here are some of the lessons. The first lesson, and this is really, really important. This is a bit generic, but you know what? It has been the most important lesson for us. And that is the clarity on why you want a national index. Because you will find years later that there are different purposes and different people want the index for different reasons. And some people are going to be committed to the index and some people are not. And it's a very, very big investment. I don't underestimate the investment that you make in a national index. It's for us, it has been not only about licensing the index, it's about all the resources, research resources, as well as other resources that we have needed to customize the index to all the different industry sectors. It is all the ongoing research, is the engagement, and over many years, you realize that this is a very big investment that you are making. And then we do another incident study as well to support the national study. So understanding why you want the index, who is, where is the gap? What is the gap that you are trying to bridge? And is the national index going to bridge that gap? What is the behavior that you're trying to drive? I guess in the case of Singapore, the behavior was that we wanted service to be talked about at the highest levels, like I said, right? We wanted the chairman of the board of a company to be really, really, kind of flagging the whip to his management team. And that's why we, made everything public. So what is the behavior that you're trying to drive and who is responsible and how do you measure success? I think that's really, really important. And those are things that you want to nail at the very beginning. I don't know that we nailed all those questions to a sufficiently succinct degree at the beginning. So I think it's important that these are very, very difficult conversations that you have at the beginning. Strong government sponsorship is absolutely 100% critical. And obviously the Prime Minister of Singapore, he's talked about it. He's talked about the importance of service. Actually, the institute that I work for and the CSISG was launched as an act in Parliament. So we had Parliament support. So I would say that we had very, very strong government sponsorship. And what we did well was we put the index as part of a strong government-led ecosystem. So we built a movement called GEMS Up. GEMS means go the extra mile for service. And it was, the sponsor was a government minister. So very, very high level of sponsorship. And he brought three government agencies and the Singapore Management University together. And we sat under one, one body, one branding. One agency, the tourism board, had responsibility for promotion. Spring Singapore was about capability development for businesses. So they had service excellence grants for the business so that the business could then ramp up their processes, it was called the customer-centric initiative. WSG is Workforce Singapore. Workforce Singapore was responsible for ramping up capability in the workforce. And then our role was really research and thought leadership and benchmarking. I see there are some questions coming in, and I'll answer those questions. Maybe let me go through this, and then we can have an interactive discussion, and I'll answer your questions as well. But please keep the questions coming. So it was great. We set up as part of a government initiative. The ecosystem was strong, and this ecosystem then sends a very, very strong message to the industry. When there's government backing and government power behind it, it sends a completely different signal, and it was a very, very strong signal. But government priorities change. So, where service prior in, say, the period of 2007 to, say, 2011 was very, very important, I don't think you can expect the government priorities to always remain the same. New challenges are going to surface, their priorities are going to change. And right now, this ecosystem that we built, this movement, is non-existent. It hasn't retired. Yet we have had to sustain the index without the benefit of having this ecosystem, and it has been challenging. So you need to think about, okay, when the government priorities change and government funding, the government coffers are not never ending. At some point, government funding is going to end. So are you going to build something that is sustainable? And how are you going to fund this expensive piece of research when government funding ends, or if government funding ends? Or are you going to design something? Again, I go back to the first question. Why are you building the index? Are you going to, design something which is for a term, a period of time? And once you have achieved that objective, that's fine. Then you end with the index. Or is the index meant to be permanent? It's meant to be interminable. Those are all questions that are really, really difficult, but which the more clarity you have on earlier, I think the better for you. The third lesson that we had is that the private sector must be integrally involved. And I think that we can say that well and good. I see in your conference the private sector is extremely involved. You have a lot of sponsors from the private sector, but I think that the mistake that we made was, and by the way, we had a governance council that was made up of government people and private sector. So, we felt that the private sector was involved as well. But what we didn't have, which I think is very, very important, is you need the private sector to put skin in the game. So you need them to make an investment upfront in this piece of research, because what you are going to see, and the way we structured it was, we then, we do the research and we have a syndicated report, and then the private sector buys the syndicated report, which obviously gives them a lot more information into the study and gives them a lot of benchmarking information. But it becomes a kind of a commercially driven type of model, and that's not a bad thing. But then the responsibility is on us all the time to make sure that the private sector is involved, and it becomes, I would say it becomes harder for us, because we need to make sure. And over the years from 2007 till now, there are many, many more organizations that are doing research in service excellence, and many of them are obviously international market research companies. A lot of these big private sector organizations also have their own internal customer satisfaction research, right? And a lot of them do, say, net promoter score, for example. So there's always this debate about CSAT versus net promoter score, which one is better, which one do they adopt? And I feel the problem in Singapore is that once the government takes a lead in something, the private sector will allow the government to take the lead. So when they get all the benchmarking data, they're very happy. When we stopped benchmarking certain sectors, we would get frantic calls from them. How come you're not benchmarking my sector? But during the time they were benchmarking, a lot of them actually did not even buy the syndicated report. So we had a lot of the bigger companies buying the syndicated report. But it to me, I feel that there was not enough signaling coming from the private sector, that they really have skin in the game and that they are responsible in the outcome of having a national index. I think that's really, really important. I think the signaling is really important. So I've seen other institutes where, the institute is actually, or organizations where it's really a public-private partnership, right? There are all these private sector people that are involved in the setup of the national index. They are involved with the government, and they have committed funds right from the beginning because they believe in the cause of what you're doing so much. And to me, that's a much stronger model than the model that we have. So if I look back, and if there's something that I think we could have done differently, perhaps this was something that we could have structured a little bit differently. The focus on building credibility, I think, is really, really important. And for us, I think we have done an excellent job on that. And that's because we sit in an academic institution. I talked a lot about, I said that there were a lot of market research companies that do service excellence research. But the difference is we are seen as being 100% objective and impartial. We are seen as having no biases at all, and we're not profit motivated because we sit in an academic institution. We are not a profit oriented company, and that has helped to build a lot of credibility in the index that we have built. I see that where perhaps in other places people doubt, in this instance, the model that we have, where we sit, the fact that we're not profit oriented, all these things I think add to making this something that is very trustworthy for everybody. And the result of this is that we have extremely widely covered by the media. The media picks up so what happens is every quarter we release results of one industry sector, and like I said, we share which how the companies are performing, and then we give insights on the industry, and we are picked up extensively by the media, what we're doing, and it becomes a virtuous loop, because once we get picked up by the media, the credibility is there, and then we get picked up by the companies. And what I'm showing you on the right is when companies do well, there's advertising in the papers, in the media about how well the companies have done. Let's say they are the top. Let's say a bank is at the top of the finance sector. We get mentioned in their annual reports all the time when they do well. So there is a lot of credibility about the work that we have done, and that's because we've structured it for credibility. And the other thing is transparency. Transparency drives accountability. We are transparent about everything. We are transparent about the methodology, the data collection. The results are released every quarter at a public forum, and the press are invited. And the company and industry scores are publicly released. If you look at the first chart, I think that's Singtel. Singtel is our biggest telco, and they fell dramatically from year to year. I can tell you that they hate it when we publish this kind of data publicly. But we go ahead and we publish it, right? So whether they're doing well, whether they're doing badly, how they move, that's all very, very transparent. Whether an industry is doing well or an industry is doing badly. If you look at the last slide that I've just presented, the last bar chart, you can see that every attribute went down. And this is for land transport. And they don't like it when we publish this. They don't like it because they then have to answer to their, boards. They have to answer to their customers. They have to answer to, their PR teams have to be on standby. But this is the way you drive change, because if everything is done under the shroud of, only they know what's happening in their owned companies, I don't think you're going to see your service excellence scores moving the way they have moved in Singapore. So for us, transparency has been really, really important. The other challenge I think that we face is when you are building a national index, there is a limit as to how much insights and you're building something at the national level, right? By definition, it's kind of a 30,000 foot look at how the entire country is doing, and then how industries are doing. You're not going to be able to give companies, there's a limit as to how granular the data is going to be that you're going to be able to give companies. So there's always a bit of a kind of like, not enough information. And I think, you will have to decide at how granular do you want to make the tool. I believe I only have 5 minutes left, so I'm going to fly through this now, and then perhaps we can leave a bit of time for questions. Finally, I want to say that if you build a national index, you're going to have difficulty measuring SMEs, especially SMEs in sectors like retail, hospitality, sectors where you have very, very fragmented industries. And SMEs are the ones, frankly, unlike the big companies, that need the most help. So how are you going to then help the SMEs? In our case, we actually had to build a tool which is sitting on the cloud because we couldn't measure them on the national index. And they needed to measure themselves. So we actually built a cloud-based platform for them that they subscribe to. And it allows them to benchmark themselves against the companies that are measured on the national index. And finally, how do you keep the index relevant? Because the service landscape is changing so fast. Companies that are, today we have companies that are data-driven companies. They are, they offer food delivery, they offer transport, they are also a bank, they offer payment. It becomes really, the borders are all getting very, very blurred, and it becomes really, really hard to measure industries that are changing so fast. And that's a conversation that we have all the time. So in summary, a national index can be very powerful, but you have to start with these 3 questions, I think. Firstly, the why. The why to me is the most important question. Why are you doing it? What is the role and responsibility of the stakeholders? And how are you going to keep it sustainable? And I think that those are the 3 questions that you really need to ask yourselves. So thank you very much. Thank you for listening to me. I hope you have found this useful. I hope you received some ideas from it. Sandra, do we have time to take a couple of questions? Or am I out of time?
You're not out of time. You're certainly not out of time. I'm going to allow you some time because I think it is very important. Absolutely fantastic presentation, Mr. Candice. And I want to throw in the questions from this side, only because I think there might be some people who are not seeing the questions. So I'm going to ask the questions. This first one is from Karen Campbell Bosco, who says, is there a requirement for a company to consent to be included in the measure or survey? And if not, is there legislation that mandates or allows for their inclusion?
Okay, so I didn't really get into the methodology of how we do the survey. So the survey is done by us. The companies do not measure anything themselves. The measurements are all done by us. So in the past, we would go door to door, knock on people's doors and say, did you interact with this bank, for example? Would you be able to answer a survey on them? And because of that, the companies were then, the data doesn't belong to them, and there was no requirement for them to consent to be included in the study. I don't believe that there is any legislation or mandate that allows them, because the data does not belong to them. And actually, that was where it was very, very dicey in the beginning with them, because they were like, you are measuring us, how come, and we had to go through that process to explain to them, well, anybody is free to measure anybody. It's not your data, it's our data. And currently the data still sits with us. I have a question, which is, what is the annual budget? I'm afraid I am not at liberty to share with you what our budgets are. I apologize for that, but I can tell you, as I alluded to, that building a national index, I'll give you some parameters. Our institute currently has about 15 people that sit in the institute, of which I would say about 8 or 9 people are full-time research people, of which 4 or 5 actually focus almost 100% on the customer satisfaction index. Again, I cannot tell you what our startup budget was, but let me tell you a little bit about the business model. So what happened was that we got government funding in the beginning, and the government funding was really seed funding. The seed funding covered some of our operational expenses to set up the institute, as well as the expenses of running the index and running the survey. As I mentioned, the government funding is not forever. So it was a term fund, and the government funding was for a few years, and those few years are really meant for us to build up all the other revenue streams that we can build up, such that we can create something which is sustainable. The way we do it now is our revenue comes from the syndication of the reports on the back of the survey, consulting work that we do on service excellence, and we do a significant amount of consulting work in this area. And especially now with service transformation and digital transformation, we're doing quite a lot of work in that area. And then on the executive education training workshop, so skills development, right? Lifelong learning. I talked about all the programs that we run. That's where that's become another big source of revenue for us. The other source of revenue is, obviously, we sit within Singapore Management University. We're a research university, so we do get research grants. The SME, the cloud-based platform that I showed you, that was developed for SMEs, and that was developed with a fund, a co-fund really, from a government agency who is responsible for SME businesses. So we built that platform with funding. We put in some money, they put in some money, and we built that platform with funding from them.
All right.
So it really has to be a two-way effort, really. Yes.
So identifying the source of funding is going to be critical. I have one question from this side. Forbes magazine speaks to the importance of employee satisfaction as part of the narrative of good customer service. And I wondered whether or not you capture that information in what you do.
Yes. No, we don't. And we've had that discussion actually many times. Currently, the way the index is, or the way the survey is, we only measure customers, and we only look at customer satisfaction, and it is purely a customer satisfaction index. But we know that when we look at the models of customer satisfaction, we know that employee satisfaction is a key component, right, of ultimate customer satisfaction. And we've talked a lot about perhaps indexing employee satisfaction, but we have not been able to do it. Firstly, we don't have the funds. It becomes really, really expensive. Secondly, we need the companies to support that because now we really then need access of the companies to let us survey their employees. I'm not sure, how we would be able to do that. And then, of course, the third part of it is how do we then integrate the two together? How do we build a model? Because it's not just employee satisfaction. There's so many different components if you actually look at the academic model of customer satisfaction. So right now, we still have not started looking at employee satisfaction. We do consulting work for some companies that come to us and ask us to actually measure employee satisfaction. So we do that, but that's done really as consulting projects. Yeah, it's not part of a national index.
Thank you so very much. I am noting that the time there in Singapore should be just about 16 minutes past 11 in the night. And so the fact that you have come to us in this kind of a way and you have shared what you have shared, we really do appreciate it. And
no, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. And please, if anyone in the audience has any other questions or whatever, I'm on LinkedIn. Nita Lachmandas is my handle on LinkedIn. I think I flashed it. Please connect with me, and if you have any questions at all, I'll be happy to answer it. Yes.
All right. And we're going to tell you thanks.
All the best to
don't run away. Don't run away just yet. I know you want to go to bed, but let me just bring Sandra Bodden-Reed, Board Director of JaCSA. And she is also customer care and engagement, and she heads the customer care and engagement team for the Heart NSTA Trust. So Sandra, please just share in a formal way our thanks to Ms. Lachmandas for the work that she has done for us this morning.
Well, where would I begin? I say one word: wow. What a power-packed presentation. So many lessons for us to learn. Thank you, Nita, for addressing so many pertinent factors, including, but not limited to, strong government sponsorship, investing in infrastructural development, simultaneously, but while addressing the development of the human capital. Love how you put it, hardware and hardware. And also focusing on every single company discussing and having at the top of their agenda the executive level service excellence. You have so meticulously outlined the scientific model used by Singapore, the CSISG. This is a model, wow, multi-sectoral, combining many economic metrics and selected quality expectations. This has been so good for us. You've laid out the template, and in fact, this is one we would do well to follow, with relevant adaptation, of course. We in Jamaica must go beyond merely assessing customer satisfaction for a given entity or industry to measure the national customer satisfaction level. And I noted you focused on why. Interesting for us, this metric we feel could go beyond the obvious to become a tool for reinforcing desired societal values and attitudes.
Excellent.
A warm Jamaican thank you, Nita. Talk with
you. It's my pleasure.
And jerk seasoning.
My pleasure, and I hope it goes really, really well. I hope I hope it's a very smooth and it does wonderful things for the service industry in Jamaica. And I hope one day in the near future, when the borders are open, I can come to Jamaica and experience the wonderful customer service and the wonderful customer experience.
We can do this. Walk good, as we would say, and we will continue the dialogue. Thank you.
For sure. Thank you very much. And have a great conference. Thank you very, very much.
All right. Thank you so very much, Sandra Bodden-Reed. And of course, we thank Ms. Lachmandas very much for that very engaging, very important conversation with us this morning. We are, I think, at a place now where we're better understanding of what it is that we need to do in our service organizations here in Jamaica. And of course, we're hoping that as you join us for this forum, you're taking notes and you'll take those notes back into your organizations with you. So what we're going to do next, we're just going to bring up a little bit of information that we want to share with you. We'll bring that up on the screen in just a bit. And then, of course, we will move into the next segment. I will tell you what is coming up after this. All right, so while I'm waiting for them to bring that video up, I'm in the mood to give something away. Yesterday, I did have one little itty giveaway. I hear that we have a phone that we're going to give away. That is later on, but it is a raffle, right? All right, so all the names of the participants will go into some massive bowl somewhere in a secret room, and it will be turned over, and then the winner will be selected. I had given out a card number yesterday. If you have a Digicel phone, get your phone ready so you can get the number that I'm going to read out now. But I'm going to read back the one that I did yesterday because I'm not sure. I didn't get any feedback as to whether or not somebody had won it, but I'll do that after I do this one. And so what I'm sharing with you now, and I hope you are ready, phones in hand. And so this number for $300 Digicel credit, 09146 5512 5503. And I hope somebody has won that. Danny and Mike, if you see people posting that they've won, please let me know so that I can send out the appropriate congratulations. All right, so what we're going to do now, we'll just bring up that information in terms of our sponsors. And yesterday, we witnessed the amazing job that was done by our young people in terms of the song competition. And I'm hoping that somehow we can bring that video back in so we can share that with you, because I know that some of you would be joining for the first time today.
Offering customers that unforgettable experience has always been a passion of mine, and I was searching for a way to make that difference in the industry in Jamaica. In 2003, a friend invited me to a meeting at the Jamaica Customer Service Association, and immediately I found that niche that shared my own vision of delighting customers beyond their expectations. So I became a member of the association, where I was able to serve in key areas, network with other professionals, and take on leadership roles. As a bonus, I was able to market my own unique brand as I shared my experience with others. You too can benefit from these great opportunities as you develop professionally and be a champion of a worthy cause. So why not join us? Whether you are a pensioner, a student, a business professional, or an organization, we have a place for you. Visit our website at jacs-association.org. You may also follow us on our various social media handles. I am Christine Brown, VP Membership of the Jamaica Customer Service Association, raising service standards nationally.
You, me, we got the power of service excellence.
Boy, na 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 na. Boy, na 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 na. Walk in a shop on a Sunday morning, people they are work and stress is calling. I ask Miss Cashier for a bag of rice and a pound of flour. Then my ask what's the price. She roll her eyes and give me attitude. Miss Cashier, don't be so rude. She said, boy, na na na. Me know I'm out of line. I true me I have a hard time. Me say, no matter what you are go through, no matter who I stress on you. You have to know what your purpose is. Be polite and provide good services. No miss, you have to stay calm. Can't make your anger tick off like a ticking bomb. Be careful how you treat your customer then. Cause you, me, we got the power of service excellence. You, me, we got the power of service excellence. You, me, we got the power of service excellence. You, me, we got the power of service excellence. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No matter where you are go through, no matter who stress on you, you have to know what your purpose is. Be polite and provide good services. No matter where you are go through, no matter who stress on you, you have to know what your purpose is. Be polite and provide good services. Yeah, yeah. You, me, we got the power of service excellence. Yeah. You, me, we got the power of service excellence. You, me, we got the power of service excellence. Yeah. You, me, we got the power of service excellence.
Indeed, you, me, we got the power of service excellence. And of course, that is the winning song in the JaCSA competition. And that is Adrian McNeish from York Castle High School. You, me, we got the power of service excellence. We say congratulations to her once again on a job well done. I just want to let you know that a little bit later on, we're inviting you to make sure that you jump into the expo and you take a look at what the sponsors have on offer, quite a number of them in that expo area. And of course, that is part of their contribution to the JaCSA conference, and we invite you to take a look at what they have on offer. We had such an amazing presentation from Nita Lachmandas that we're not able to take the break the way that we wanted to allow you a little bit more time to get in there. But during the lunch break, we invite you to hop on in and take a look at what it is that they have on offer. As we continue to just be excited about this JaCSA conference, I want to say good morning to those of you who are watching us live at this time on JNN welcome, welcome, and glad to have you on board with us. And speaking of JNN, of course, they are part of the RJR Gleaner Communications Group. And let me just quickly run through our sponsors: the Office of the Cabinet, the RJR Gleaner Communications Group, British Caribbean Insurance Company, BCIC, Sagicor Group, Jamaica National Group, National Commercial Bank, National Housing Trust, Victoria Mutual Group, the Tourism Enhancement Fund, Guardian General Insurance Limited, CariMed Group Limited, Guardian Life Limited, Restaurants Associates Limited, operators of Burger King, Popeyes, and the Caesars Jamaica, Tasty Jamaica Limited. That is our sponsorship list. But we have partners: Private Sector Organization of Jamaica, PSOJ, CariFlow Innovations Limited, the Jamaica Cultural Development Commission, JCDC, Quartz Jamaica, the Jamaica Manufacturers and Exporters Association, JMEA, the Mapen Hospital, CariCode, Sagient Management Systems, BDMS Solution, and Jamaica News Network, JNN. Can't do this without our sponsors and our partners. So it is time for us to keep moving as we get ready for another session here. And to do the introduction, we invite Mrs. Sharika Cheek Perkins, Modernization Officer from the Office of the Cabinet, to take the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. I hope we're all doing fine this morning. I will be doing the introduction for our speaker, Mrs. Venice Patinja Scott. Mrs. Venice Patinja Scott is a career-driven public officer spanning over 45 years of dedicated service. She is currently the Director General of the Public Sector Transformation and Modernization Division in the Office of the Cabinet, with responsibility for leading the development and implementation of measures towards transformation and modernization of the public sector in Jamaica. Previous positions held by Mrs. Patinja Scott include, but definitely not limited to, her being the Assistant Secretary General at the African Caribbean Pacific Group, ACP, in Brussels, Belgium. Before ACP, she also held various managerial positions at the Jamaica Promotions Corporations, JAMPRO, between 1985 and 2005, some of which being the Deputy President and Vice President Economist at the Jamaica Tourist Board. She was a teacher, senior teacher, and head of department at the St. Mary's College, Dintil Technical High School, Calabar High School, and Meadowbrook High. Mrs. Patinja Scott has over 20 years of experience in investment and export promotion, export development, trade policy negotiation, trade and investment facilitation, bilateral investment treaty negotiation, public policy formulation, advocacy, research and analysis, management and fiscal incentive programs, general and strategic management, project management, and evaluation. She also has 5 years of international experience in negotiating development between the ACP and the European Union. Having played such an integral role in the ACP, she has successfully managed to rationalize the staff of the ACP Secretariat in agreement with the Strategic Reform Program and the size of available budget. She coordinated the successful second revision of the Conota Agreement between the EU and the ACP group. She also collaborated with the senior management team to develop strategies to reduce the cost of operations, enhance revenues, and to achieve the goals and objectives outlined in the business plans of the organization, JAMPRO. As you can see, the Director General has been fully endowed and involved in service excellence initiative from an early stage. Additionally, she initiated the implementation of the Private Sector Development Program, the PSDP, funded by the EU and the Government of Jamaica at JAMPRO. A past student of the Woolmer School for Girls, her academic pursuits includes, all at the University of the West Indies, a master's in business administration, in 1994, a Master's of Science in Economics in 1983, a Diploma in Education in 1978, and a Bachelor's of Arts with honors in Economics and History in 1977. In her spare time, Mrs. Venice Pachinja Scott enjoys singing and she has a lovely voice, interior decorating and gardening, and might I add, being very beautiful, poised and courteous. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mrs. Venice Pachinja Scott from the Office of the Cabinet, Public Sector Transformation and Modernization Division.
Miss Jones, not yet. I'm not sure what's going on.
Sharika, are you sure you were talking about me? I think we need to shorten that profile. I could not remember some of those things that I'm supposed to have done. Thank you for that introduction. Now, Minister of Finance and Public Service, Dr. the Honorable Nigel Clark, he may not be listening as yet, but he's supposed to be our guest speaker today. So let me salute him. Chairman of the Jamaica Customer Services Association, Dr. Ensombe Jaja, President of the Jamaica Customer Service Association, Ms. Francine Lewis, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, and members of the media. Good morning to you all. I know you have had exciting morning so far, and in fact, I will have to spend a lot of time going back over that presentation from our Singaporean guests, because there are lots of lessons to be learned from that presentation and looking at what Singapore has been doing. And I also know that we had a very, very exhilarating time yesterday. In fact, it is indeed my pleasure to join with this illustrious team of speakers who have preceded me and who proceeded to bring the meeting or the conference so far to where it is, where I know a lot of learning has been going on. Now, you will recall that on Sunday, we commenced Customer Service Week under the theme, You, Me, We Got the Power of Service Excellence. And I'm going to learn that song. You, me, we got the power. You, me, we got the power. I will have to practice the song so I can really sing it just like that young lady who won the competition. Now, yesterday, the speakers headed by the Prime Minister, who spoke about the government's service excellence vision and framework, were all very impressive. What a week of celebration it is, as together we have been learning from each other, as I said before, private sector and public sector, actively demonstrating the theme of this conference. Now, historically, the public sector was perceived as a set of workers that were not always performing at optimal standards, and in some instances, downright tardy. The service delivery processes were frequently cumbersome and bureaucratic. We know this because we lived through it. And you notice that I use the past tense to a large extent. Now, over time, the government of Jamaica has sought to transform its service delivery and business processes to meet the needs of our clients, the citizens of Jamaica. Now, the public sector's transformation and modernization are epitomized in a vision of service excellence, which is characterized by efficiency and effectiveness, at all levels and across the entire public sector. The Cabinet Office sits at the heart of government and takes the lead on whole of government issues. Our mission is to provide leadership in 1, the creation of a world-class public service, resolving critical whole of government issues, and in the management of government business to achieve greater efficiencies and coherence in the government's operations. Now, we're responsible for providing the Prime Minister, the Cabinet, and ministries, departments, and agencies with policy advice to facilitate the more efficient and effective running of its operations, as I mentioned before. And so it should come as no surprise that the Cabinet Office has responsibility for leading public transformation. Now, the Cabinet Office recognizes that a major function of government is to serve the needs of its citizens. The public sector is the arm through which this essential priority of the government is achieved. Now, what is this vision of the public sector as this standard bearer of service excellence? Our vision is that of a public sector that is characterized by a performance culture, one that is client-focused and results-oriented, and constantly seeking ways to improve the delivery of public service. So allow me therefore to share with you a quick overview of the transformation and modernization journey to date. Now, if we first look at the historical context of public sector transformation, Jamaica's formal public sector transformation journey commenced in 1996. In fact, some would say that it started even before under a number of administrative reform programs. But since 1996, the program resulted in the establishment of 11 executive agencies, including the Registrar General's Department and the National Land Agency, in order to improve service delivery and efficiency in those organizations executing essential government services. Recognizing the efficiencies of the previous exercise, we enter the next phase of modernization to create, and I quote the title, everybody knows this title, Government at Your Service, Public Sector Modernization, Vision and Strategy, 2002 to 2012. And this was intended to provide a more cohesive, long-term approach to public sector reform and put an end to the more short-term multi-project approach that previously characterized government's reform programs and activities. So in September 2002, Cabinet made a commitment to adopt a more comprehensive, coordinated approach to reforming the public sector. Over the years, we have learned that there must be a holistic approach to transformation. Now, while it is important to address the challenges within the public sector, the best results are to be derived from a whole of government and multi-sectoral approach that takes into account the consideration of our relationships with the private sector as well. So as a result of that thinking, in 2018, there was a more concerted effort, certainly on our part, and across the public sector to focus the transformation and modernization around the achievement of the country's strategic vision 2030, and specifically the national outcomes which emphasize effective governance, enabling business environment, technology-enabled society, and sustainable urban and rural development. Now, for those not familiar with the situation in Jamaica, because yesterday I noticed we had participants from as far as Trinidad in the Caribbean and elsewhere. So you may be wondering, what are those issues that we are trying to address in our program? Primarily, we are trying to address the bureaucratic processes that hinder development, as well as the manual processes within which we operate and which we know result in high transaction costs and significant delays in doing business. Now, there's consensus about the areas within the public sector that require this kind of transformation and modernization. And so the current public sector transformation and modernization program is focused on three main areas, broad but main areas: trade and investment facilitation and service excellence, with the aim of improving Jamaica's trade and investment position within the Caribbean and Latin America, and also transforming the public sector culture to one that is customer-centric. There's also a focus on the ICT transformation, which is aimed at creating an integrated technology-enabled delivery of public services. And thirdly, human resource management transformation and institutional strengthening aimed at ensuring that public servants and public service institutions have the capacity to deliver results. Now, the Service Excellence Program is a key element of the government's multi-layered approach to transformation. This is being implemented throughout all government ministries as we seek to raise the bar throughout the entire public sector. We're very aware that research has consistently shown that delighted customers are loyal customers, and it is true in the private sector. It is also true in the public sector. Now, while we in government are not involved in competitive industries, we are certainly intent on creating delighted customers for all our services. For this reason, the two pillars of this Service Excellence Program is people engagement and performance excellence. And these are essential, we think. Our aim is that throughout the implementation of the Service Excellence Program, there will be greater emphasis on listening to clients, proactively providing information, and making it simple and less time consuming to do business with the government, while of course ensuring there are continual and consistent improvements to meet the changing needs and shifting priorities of our customers. At the heart of the government's work through the public sector transformation and modernization division is the aim of, as I said earlier, removing bureaucratic processes to achieve greater efficiencies and convenience. And we'll do this by leveraging the use of technology. We will also use new techniques and innovation to meet the ever-changing needs of our customers. You know, it reminds me of what I was listening to yesterday about Industry 5.0 and the role of people working with the machines. We will have to come back to really looking at it again, because I found it so interesting yesterday, and to see what is the tie-in with the program that we are carrying out and how much more of it do we need to adopt is really food for thought that I've been thinking about all night. So coming back to the present, under the Public Sector Transformation and Modernization Program, we have been making inroads in the improvement of services provided to our clients. For example, and this now is in relation to building the capacity of our human resources. We have a program aimed at developing the capacity for strategic human resource management. The objective of this project is to provide human resource management professionals in ministries, departments, and agencies with the necessary training and capacity development to undertake their roles within the new strategic human resource management framework and the transformed HRM operating environment within the public sector, because you know that that is an area that has been focused on and has been highlighted very regularly in the news. HRM professionals from 138 HRM units across the public sector were in fact trained to execute these critical new functions under our program. Now, another area of work is employee performance management. The government of Jamaica has provided a vision for the future of performance management and managing people, and specifically articulated the need for a public sector with a performance culture, client-focused and results-oriented, constantly seeking ways to improve delivery of public services, and highly motivated public servants empowered to serve Jamaicans effectively. So accordingly, Cabinet will soon be considering, and hopefully we will be hearing about this in due course, considering the implementation of a Government of Jamaica employee performance management policy with minimum standards, which will, among other things, standardize the approach to employee performance management across the public sector. It will also facilitate a culture of performance among all public servants by enabling their development to become results-oriented, high-performing professionals, and will link rewards and recognition of public servants to a performance and the achievement of results. Now, that is not to say this is not taking place, but we are standardizing the approach so that it is uniformly employed across the entire public sector with recognized standards. Now, prior to 2019, starting a business in Jamaica would require 6 procedures, and it could take 7 or more days in order to complete that process. Our studies had shown that business registration in Jamaica lacked a citizen-centric approach. So the electronic business registration form, otherwise referred to as EBRF, launched the collaboration with the Companies Office of Jamaica in 2019. And it is Jamaica's online business registration platform that replaces the manual paper registration form. Now, it is the first of its kind in this part of the world as the first online business registration form in the Caribbean. It is expected to modernize and improve Jamaica's investment environment. The EBRF replaces the manual paper registration form with an online business registration platform, as I indicated before. But it not only does that, it simplifies the registration process for the investors wanting to do business in Jamaica. That is investors locally as well as investors abroad. This system allows for the registration of businesses or companies from anywhere in the world using a 24-hour EBRF portal. And we're told that last year, entrepreneurs and investors registered 12,809 business names and 3,935 companies. And this reflected an increase of 12% for business names and 3% increase for companies over the previous year, that is in 2019. And we expect that that is growing, and notwithstanding our present situation with the pandemic, new business opportunities are arising, and we expect that those numbers are going to be increasing. Now, in addition to these successes that I mentioned before, there are several projects that are at a mature stage of implementation. One such is the Records and Information Management Program, otherwise referred to as the RIM program. And this is aimed at standardizing the management of all official records for the government. And it will fundamentally address the way records are treated throughout the government. Of course, the implications are far-reaching, as this will impact ease of access and the capability of doing business online. RIM will promote the accessibility and timely sharing of information within and across government, while at the same time protecting confidential information. RIM will serve to enhance the performance in business and improve the decision-making process across government. Currently, some 37 ministries, departments, and agencies are implementing this program. Similarly, there is the Jamaica Development Approval Process, otherwise called JADA. That platform, which enables applicants to submit development applications. Users can submit their applications and track the process in real time. The programs are all complemented by a draft service excellence policy, which is to go before cabinet in short order. Now, this draft policy aims to establish and embed a service excellence culture within the public sector. The two main pillars, as we said before, are people engagement and performance excellence. People engagement focuses on the involvement of clients in the design and implementation of services that satisfies their needs. Ensuring there is consultation and engagement, and that is an imperative. Performance excellence will serve to promote a service excellence culture by highlighting excellence and establishing effective systems of accountability. Now, there are currently 16 government ministries, and we in the Cabinet Office are pleased that each ministry, under the leadership of the permanent secretaries, has deemed it necessary to develop a customer service improvement plan. You will hear the acronym CSIP being called around here. The CSIP clearly demonstrates that the commitment of government exists at a very broad level to improve service delivery. We acknowledge that, as the idiom says, the best laid plans of mice and men often go awry if there are no practical plans for implementation and a capable team. We are delighted that all ministries have established a customer service improvement team that is responsible for developing and driving their customer service improvement plans. So they're not like the mice. Now, these are the teams tasked within the various institutions to ensure that transformation through service excellence takes place one project at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, service excellence undergirds all the transformation and modernization initiatives that we have embarked on across government. And this is the example being demonstrated by entities that will be discussing their own transformation experiences as they have sought to meet the needs of their clients. At this point, because we know that you're going to be gleaning so much from the panel that is going to be coming up soon, I think it is best that we stop there and not give away all of the tips and the goodies, the changes that have taken place in these institutions. And so I thank you all for listening to me at this time. Thank you.
And thank you, DG, for that beautiful presentation. Thank you for giving us such overview or oversight of all the projects and programs that we are now embarking on in GOJ. We're truly grateful. We're truly grateful. And I'm sure the audience here today are more enlightening on what the government is doing. And this is a perfect segue now for our next presenter or the moderator, Mrs. Tanika Cullum. I will just be doing a brief introduction on who she is, and she will be leading or moderating the next session. Mrs. Tanika Cullum has dedicated the past 15 years of her life to the public sector and has served at various levels, including the Director of Communications and Public Relations in the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology, where she spent 10 years. She also worked at the Ministry of Transport and Mining in the capacities of Community Relations, Mineral Policy Analyst, and also Acting Director in the Corporate and Planning Management Department. Mrs. Cullum currently serves in the position of a Modernization Program Integrator in the Office of the Cabinet's Public Sector Transformation and Modernization Division. And she is also the holder of an undergraduate degree in Philosophy and Linguistics, as well as a Master's of Arts degree in Communication Studies from the University of the West Indies. She is a devout Christian who is married with 2 beautiful daughters. She credits her mother for teaching her at an early age that all persons, no matter their status in life, are created equal and deserve to be treated with respect, fairness, and courtesy. And I must say that she has embodied and exemplified this teaching she has garnered from her mother excellently. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our moderator for this morning's session, Mrs. Tanika Cullum.
Good morning, Sharika, and thank you so much, Minister of Finance and the Public Service, Dr. the Honorable Nigel Clark, Chairperson of JaCSA, Dr. Nsombe Jaja, along with the President, Ms. Francine Lewis, Director General in the Public Sector Transformation and Modernization Division in the Office of the Cabinet, Mrs. Denise Pottinger Scott, along with the Chief Technical Director, Mrs. Margaret Johnson, my esteemed public sector colleagues and friends, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my utmost pleasure to welcome you, the distinguished panel of guests who represent some of the most public-facing entities that provide services on behalf of the government of Jamaica to this JaCSA conference, where we will be discussing in this segment the topic, moving past the talk to practical action to transforming the service culture in the public sector. We will be hearing from the movers and the shakers, those persons who have been instrumental in transforming their respective entities. With us today are representatives representing the National Housing Trust, Dr. Lainey Marie Oakley Williams, who is a Senior General Manager, Customer Relations Department Management in the National Housing Trust. We also have from the National Health Fund, Mr. Everton Anderson, CEO, Chief Executive Officer. From the National Land Agency, we have Ms. Cherise Walcott, who is Chief Executive Officer, Commissioner of Lands. And from the Tax Administration Department, Tax Administration Jamaica, we have Ms. Maris Horton, Chief Corporate Communications Officer. And with all of these entities, we have Mr. Wayne Jones, who is a Deputy Financial Secretary in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a powerful panel lined up today, a panel of persons who know exactly what service excellence means. Each of these entities is represented, as you heard, by the CEO, Senior General Manager, or Chief Corporate Communications Officer, along with the Deputy Financial Secretary. So it really doesn't get any better than this. These are people who know what I'm talking about. So it means that we all had better listen up because they know the things then. Please tell your friends to tune in to this section, jump onto Hopin or onto YouTube to catch this discussion. So our conversation today will be preceded by a 5-minute presentation from each of our panelists, and then a question and answer segment, which I will lead on your behalf. We invite our participants to submit their questions to the panelists by using the chat feature. Feel free to type your questions during the presentation. I will be your voice in raising these questions to the panelists at the end of all the presentations. Our first presentation will come from the National Health Fund, the CEO, Mr. Everton Anderson. And I'm just going to tell you a little bit about Mr. Anderson. He hails from the parish of St. James, where he attended Cornwall College. He also attended the University of the West Indies, where he studied for his Bachelor of Science in Management Studies and an MBA in Public Sector Management. He also has attained a certification in project management at the New Orleans University. Mr. Anderson recently earned the distinction of becoming a fellow of the American College of Healthcare Executives, ACHE, a leading professional society which promotes standards of excellence for healthcare leaders. He has been integrally involved in primary and secondary healthcare for the last 20 years, where he has worked in various capacities. He was the youngest civil servant to be appointed Chief Executive Officer of a Type A hospital, the Cornwall Regional Hospital, and he led the Western Regional Health Authority as Regional Director. As a CEO of the National Health Fund since 2013, his achievements are many. They include the re-engineering of the 40-year-old pharmaceutical warehouse, including a redesign of the building and a new warehouse management system to improve its capacity and service standards. Expanding the certification of ISO 9001 to 2015 certification to the pharmaceutical services and the drugstore pharmacies, consistent improvements in customer service, reducing the waiting time in public sector pharmacies. And we know how that can be. from over 3 hours to under 1 hour. Despite his busy schedule, Mr. Anderson finds time to serve his community as Justice of the Peace, and he is a member of the board of Cornwall College. He previously served as a member of the board at Malton High School and Herbert Morrison Technical High School. He enjoys playing table tennis, which he usually does on a weekly basis, and boasts excellent culinary skills. Ladies and gentlemen, that is, in a synopsis, Mr. Everton Anderson. Please make him welcome as he makes his 5-minute presentation.
Good morning, Mrs. Callum. The Honorable Dr. Nigel Clark, Minister of Finance and the Public Service, fellow panelists, I'm very pleased to be here this morning representing the National Health Fund, and we join the Jamaica Customer Service Association in celebrating Customer Service Week and in working to build customer service in Jamaica. Next slide. So today I represent a public body, the National Health Fund, and its 650 staff members. The National Health Fund was established in 2003. Can we move to the next slide, please? The National Health Fund was established in 2003 and provides support to the public health system in Jamaica, helping Jamaicans to access medication through the National Health Fund card, delivering pharmacy services to the public health system in Jamaica through 106 drug serve locations, and providing grants for projects and health promotion programs. So today I represent this organization. Customer service is a big deal at the NHF, and we really have pushed great service and pushed a philosophy among team members that everyone is important. And in my next slide, I will start with something that's very important to us. The philosophy is, if we're to offer great service to the public, we have to first offer it to our own staff. So we, as senior management, as board, have said that the people who work for the NHF must be treated with the utmost respect and must be taken care of. So we place a lot of emphasis on staff welfare programs and place a lot of emphasis on persons being well, physically, mentally. And what this slide shows would be just some of the activities that we have been involved with. Our awards program, NHF Heroes. During COVID, we ensured that our staff got packages, care packages, and we really spend time talking to the staff each month, virtual meetings, and really place the staff as a key customer, even as we place the emphasis on our external customers, because staff engagement is a critical tool as we work towards building great customer service at the NHF. Next slide, please. The key program, our major program, which is how the NHF started, would be our individual benefits program, the NHF card program, where we partner with over 450 private pharmacies to deliver pharmacy benefits to the people of this country. And we currently have significant number of beneficiaries, 690,000. We've done a lot to really push great service and to push access to pharmaceuticals in this area. I think the biggest thing that we've done in customer service is this era is our same-day card service. Years ago, all cards would have to be mailed out except for head office. We have subsequently established locations in every single parish, and we try to get your card within 15 minutes. So in essence, the doctor could write you up for a condition we cover, and within an hour, you're able to access your medication at any private pharmacy through the NHF card, because you'd have then got your card within 15 minutes and be able to move to a pharmacy to fill your prescription. So that is one of the big things we have done in this area. We continue to partner with our private pharmacies and our beneficiaries to ensure that the program is delivered with the greatest level of efficiency and service. Next slide. In 2011, we took over Health Corporation Limited, and we, in subsequent years, took over the management of public pharmacies. This proved to be a significant challenge because I would say a significant number of persons were not getting their medication. So the focus has been on access, getting drugs to the person. So we have subsequently increased the number of prescriptions processed by over 100%, from 1.2 million to 2.4 million prescriptions processed annually. And we currently serve over 720,000 Jamaicans annually at our drug serve. We've been able to reduce the average waiting time to 44 minutes. There are still some waits that are longer because some prescriptions certainly have a large number of items, some 9, some 11 items. So those take more time. The ISO certification of drug serves has gone well. I think we're at about 10 locations where we have ISO certification, and the biggest thing that we're happy about, we've been able to get pharmaceuticals in the hands of patients. We measure our service, and our service level is over 90%. So on your script, you're likely to get over 90% of the items that are on your script, and we're very happy about this. And just to recognize our team also, that during the pandemic, we started delivering medication to persons at their home due to the large number of persons that were not able to leave their homes during this time. And I commend the team because apart from using the resources of the fund, persons would use their personal motor vehicles and other creative means to get the drugs in the hands of our patients. And we're very, very pleased about that. Next slide. So we have been recognized for customer service in many areas, and we're happy about that. But it's always what's next for the NHF. We recognize that our staff are our biggest asset, and we have to look at ensuring that our staff are comfortable, our staff are well, and that they are able to deliver the service to the persons. We'll continue to be innovative. We actually have a team that does environmental scanning to look at what's happening globally so we can be guided by best practices, and we use data to really look at how we manage our processes going forward. So we really ask the question every day, what if it were me, as a key part of improving our service? We try to put ourselves in the shoes of the customer. Next slide. So we will continually ask the question, how can we better serve our customers? Because no matter the improvements that have been made, customers will evolve, customers will expect better, and we should always strive to do better. So we ask ourselves every day, how can we better serve our customers? Next slide. So I close my brief presentation by recognizing the team of service workers at NHF. That's our waiting area at our head office, where we have Nikolai and Terry, who represented the NHF service heroes during customer service week. So as we strive to improve the service to our beneficiaries and patients, I want to recognize every single member of the NHF team, whether you work in ICT, admin, HR, health promotion, customer service, whether you're a pharmacy technician or a pharmacist or manager, every single member of the team, I recognize you, and we are committing to continuously improving. So I thank the Jamaica Customer Service Association, and all the panelists. Let us work together to build a great service culture in this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anderson. I'm heartened to hear all of what is taking place at the NHF and all the changes that are being made. Certainly impressed by the comments and the decision to improve and to increase delivery to people during this pandemic. Really commendable, and we look forward to hearing more from you throughout our panel discussion. Next up, we have the National Housing Trust, and today they will be represented by Dr. Lainey Marie Oakley Williams. And Dr. Oakley Williams, she is the Senior General Manager, Customer Relations Management Division. She was appointed Senior General Manager of the National Housing Trust's Customer Relations Management Division on May 1, 2010. So you see, she's been in this position for quite some time. She has been with the NHT since September 1, 2004, and previously served as General Manager of the NHT's branch operations. She also served on committees dedicated to staff welfare. Outside of the NHT, Dr. Oakley Williams is a member of several boards, including the Jamaica Customer Service Association, so you know she's no stranger in this setting. She's also a member of the St. Andrew High School Board and the Leo Oakley Foundation. Dr. Oakley Williams is the immediate past chair of the Jamaica Customer Service Association. She currently chairs the NHT's ISO 9001-2015 Steering Committee Certification Project. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Lainey Marie Oakley Williams of the NHT will now make her 5-minute presentation.
Good morning, everyone. My presentation is entitled Brick Pan Brick, Building the NHT Customer Service Model. So this morning, we're going to be looking at the whole issue of customer service in the NHT. And you see, customer service, it's in the DNA of NHT. When you look at our vision, it is to be ranked among the world's leading finance institutions, renowned for customer service and contribution to national development. But what is the NHT customer service model? First of all, it is built on creating an experience rather than acts of service. We have consistency in quality at all our touch points. You would have recognized that we have 13 offices island-wide. We have a call center, a mobile unit where we bring the service to you. We also have our social media and our web chat. And the web chat allows you to interact with us real time. You see, it's about understanding our audience. We want to sell an imagination, an aspiration. We want to sell happiness, the dream of home ownership. The NHT customer service model is really built on knowing what customers want. It's built on knowing reliability, responsiveness, having assurance, making sure that you can trust us. When all these things come together, we get a memorable customer service experience. So I want to share a tip with you. Yes, TIPP, technology, information, people, and product. First of all, we want to integrate technology at the NHT. And so over the years, we have been placing technology at the center of our customer service experience. We expect that this will continue to yield faster processing times and convenience in doing business. Information. We are here to ensure that our products and services, that our customers know about them, and that we use the information as well from our customers to continue to improve our products and services. And you know what is very, very important? Everton spoke about the people. And at NHT, we have the best staff in Jamaica. Yes. And they help us to live the NHT brand. And the other key in tip, product. So we look back at our products to make sure that we are meeting the customer's needs. And we do this daily and also on an annual basis. What about technology? You see, business decisions have to move from being inline to online. But NHT didn't wait until a pandemic to do this. I'm sure most of you would have experienced online refunds and would have benefited. So we have our online refunds, we have online application for schemes. Recently in August, we had an intake of 6 schemes for the National Housing Trust with almost 1,000 solutions, and these were done online. We also have online payments, online registration, and of course, our mobile app. And now the next step for us is to take a leap, and our customers will be taking this leap with us. And this is our loan end-to-end processing system, where we seek to revolutionize the whole mortgage process. You know, information is very important because it helps to empower customers. It helps them to make better decisions. And so we have various touch points. Yes, we have our web chat, and we also have our social media. And you would have also heard of conversations with the NHT on our RJR. Indeed, we also have other aspects of our social media, such as our Fresh Keys campaign, your own boss campaign. You see, what we're trying to do is to have consistency and accuracy in information across all the channels. And our people, did I mention before that NHT has the best staff? Yes. Well, we're always learning, unlearning, and relearning. So it's all about ongoing training of our staff. And I must say that the National Housing Trust staff, they have been certified in international standards for customer service. And of course, this was facilitated through JaCSA. You see, for the people aspect, we celebrate individuals, we celebrate moments, we have a reward and recognition program, we have an incentive program, we have employees of the quarter, and we have our MD Award of Excellence. You see, what we're trying to do is to make NHT a fun place. We want to make the people part of the experience, and we want them to be happy, because we know that when our staff are happy, they deliver excellent customer service. And customer service remains in the DNA of our NHT staff. We also build stakeholder relationships. We want to know about our customers' stories and help them to also know about ours. We also have a customer service charter. And this tells our customers what they can expect from us. And we have our service standards that help to guide our staff in our interactions with our customers. The final P is product. Our products and policies are designed to meet our customers' needs. And you know, some of the new products that we have are birthed via customer engagements. And I am extremely excited to share just a little bit about our newer products and policy changes. Have you ever heard of the home grant of up to $2.5 million? And this is not a mortgage, it's not a loan, it's a grant of $2.5 million to contributors. 0% loans. That's the lowest interest rate. I mean, I don't know anywhere else in Jamaica that offers 0% loans. And we have preferred mortgage arrangements for persons with disabilities. But what are some of these preferred mortgage arrangements? Well, for persons with disabilities, we have low interest rates. So we actually offer 2% below the standard interest rate. We also offer a grant. So persons with disabilities can get a grant in order to retrofit their homes. And guess what else we have? We have special allocations in every scheme for persons with disabilities. So we work with the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities to ensure that we take care of this key segment of our portfolio. And as always, our emphasis is on low income earners. And of course, this is where the home grant and the 0% loans come in. But what is the next chapter? Because we can't afford to be complacent. The next chapter is ISO 9001 certification. And we're looking at this not as a project, but a way of life to improve the quality of our product and service. So what is it? It's an international standard dedicated to quality management systems. And the benefits are wide-ranging. It provides clarity in roles and responsibilities. It increases effectiveness and efficiency of the operations. It reduces costs of waste, rework, and downtime. Another thing that it promotes is customer confidence. You know, customers know that they will get consistent information, consistent service. It also helps our employees by having them involved and engaged. And we all know how important our employees are. The international certification will make us a leading customer service provider, one that is recognized internationally. So we're expecting that this certification process that we have been on the road about a year now, that it will help to consolidate some of the excellent customer service experiences. We expect improved quality of service. We also expect that this will help us to identify issues and resolve them quicker. We know that it will also assist us with how we engage our stakeholders. So it means our partners throughout the industries, the banks, the building societies, and all the other agencies, the other government agencies that we work closely with. So where are we now, you may ask? Well, we are now at the stage where we will have our stage 1 audit for the ISO 9001:2015 certification, and we're awaiting the date with the national certification body of Jamaica. But we're not waiting on that. What we have done is to start doing mini audits within the departments to ensure that our team is ready for this service excellence. There are some critical service factors, critical success service factors. And so our customer satisfaction rate in 2018 was 93.8%, which is very good. And in terms of our transactions, 93% of them were done between 2 to 10 minutes in 2018. You may ask, but what about 2020? Because of COVID, we have actually done a lot of surveys online, and I'm pleased to say that our numbers continue to be very, very good. We see customer complaints as gifts. When a customer complains, it's an opportunity to improve. So the feedback allows us to test new products, test the policies, test the technology. It also helps us to track the journey and identify pain points. You see, we want to trace the customer experiences and win them over. So I just want to thank you. Thank you for the ability to share. And I know the National Housing Trust staff are always willing to assist. So we are here to serve you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Oakley Williams. Wow, so much to hear about all that is happening at the NHT. And as you spoke, one of the things that came home to me was foresight, how important it is for an entity to be insightful, thinking ahead, recognizing all of the things that need to be put in place to better serve clients and customers. Thank you so much for sharing all of those. Our next up on our panel is Ms. Cherise Walcott of the National Land Agency. I'm going to tell you just a little bit about Ms. Walcott. She is the CEO Commissioner of Lands for the National Land Agency, and she is an accomplished attorney at law with over 19 years of knowledge and a wealth of experience in land conveyance. Before being named the CEO, Cherise started her career at the NLA in the Land Titles Division as a legal officer in 2005. This allowed her to garner the key responsibilities to matriculate to her agency's executive team. Cherise holds a bachelor's degree in law, which she earned from the University of the West Indies, and a legal education certificate from the Council of Legal Education, which she obtained from the Norman Manley Law School. More than her role as the CEO, she values her position, her role as a confidant and mentor, both to the agency staff, complement, and to her customers. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage at this time, Ms. Cherise Walcott, CEO and Commissioner of Lands at the National Lands Agency.
Good morning, Mr. Callum. Well, thank you. To the Dr. the Honorable Nigel Clark, Minister of Finance and the Public Service, Mrs. Venice Pottinger-Scott, Director General, Public Sector Transformation and Modernization Division, to my fellow participants and colleagues, good good morning, and thank you for having me and for all being here to what I think is a critical component of customer service in this country. Now, the National Land Agency. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now, the National Land Agency, we are an executive agency that is 20 years strong. We were established as a result of the public sector modernization program of the government, whose focus was really service to the public. It sought to bring under one umbrella the key and strategic land departments of government under one umbrella of the National Land Agency. And this includes the Land Titles Division. Now, this division, or what most persons remember as the Office of Titles, deals with all matters that concern and touch registered parcels. Also, it deals with the issuing of title for lands when they are first registered in the first instance. We also have our Surveys and Mapping Division, and this division deals with the checking and approval of all survey plans and the surveying of Crown lands. The Land Valuation Division deals with the maintenance of the valuation role, and our Estate Crown Management Division deals with the divestment and management of Crown lands. Two of our newest divisions, the Land Administration Management and Education Services Division, together, their main goal is to offer assistance to Jamaican people in getting title for their lands and allowing them to have secure tenure in land rights. Now, in the last 18 months, the world has grappled with the COVID-19 pandemic. And we at the NLA, we have had to pivot. We've had to restructure, re-engineer our thought process as we seek to still deliver excellent service to our customers. We have leveraged technology and used a re-engineering of business process reviews to ensure that we are still able to maintain, even in the midst of the pandemic, excellent service to our customers. One of the many mechanisms we've used is the enhancement of our online services. We have a plethora of online services that we seek to ensure that our customers' needs are met at every step of the way. One such is the online application form for the Land Titles Division. This portal, this service allows an applicant to complete an application form for many services, a transfer, notation of death of a loved one on their titles. And the interactive form allows the system to tell the customer at each step of the way what are the legal and procedural issues that they must be aware of to ensure that the documents, once presented for registration, there's a reduction in any, there is no rejection of those documents. So this online application form portal really allows us to provide assistance to our customers in ensuring that their documents, once presented, meet the legal and procedural requirements of law. We also started in January of this year our digital submission of plans. Currently, every plan, every map with 2 or more parcels can be submitted on the digital portal. And this allows surveyors to submit to us directly without the need to come in office. We have, over the last 18 months, tried to enhance and encourage our customers to use our portals, to use our online services to ensure that they maintain safety protocols, and we enhance our customer service delivery during this pandemic. Elan Jamaica has always been a very popular service, and this started from 2005, where our customers are allowed, or they are able to view and purchase copies of their land titles and registration documents that they need to do business in this country. We offer live web chats to customers who are unable or not in a position to come into the office as we grapple with the pandemic. And we have competent and motivated staff that man these live web chats that can provide information on your transactions with the agency, provide you with data, provide you with the connections in terms of other divisions as to where do you go from here when you have a problem. Our staff stand ready, and we have seen a massive increase in the live web chat over the last 18 months due to the pandemic, and our staff have been readily assisting our customers, and it has shown that we are still able to deliver good customer service even in the midst of what is now a global pandemic. Our expedition services have been around for the last decade, and we have strengthened the resources to be able to deliver these services. So we are able to give our products and services in a timely manner and at a quality that our customers not only demand, but also it is what they should expect from the National Land Agency. Now, systematic land registration, you would have heard a lot about this in the news, in the media in the last year. This is our new project. This is our new platform that we're using to enhance and secure land rights for our people. The information regarding our systematic land areas, the notices of completion of the systematic registration areas are all posted on our website to ensure that our customers can safely access the information without the need to come in office. So as the NLA has pivoted during the last year and a half during the pandemic, we have enhanced, we have expanded, we have reallocated resources to ensure that a lot of our services that can be moved online are online, and that we support these services and deliver excellent service to our customers. Now, because of the legislative framework within which we operate, several of our services cannot be accessed online. Any transaction that touches and concerns registered parcels cannot be accessed online. Transactions have to be submitted to the office physically, physical title, physical transactions being sent out. So we've also, in our effort to ensure that our customers' needs are still met, that we have encouraged and enhanced our in-house service platforms. We have a drop box at certain locations, more critically, the Land Titles Division, where persons are able to drop their bulk lodgements without having to wait in line. Many of our mortgage companies utilize this service, as they're known to lodge documents anywhere from 50 to 100 pieces in any given day. So the installation of the Dropbox service has been very successful with a lot of our mortgage institutions, as this allows them to drop leave their bulk lodgements and go about their business, while we lodge the matters for them and able to give them the receipts within 24 hours. We also established a virtual queue management system at the Land Titles Division and our Arden Road customer service, where customers, they're able to queue themselves into a virtual line, and that system tells them where they are in the line, how long the wait is, and it will read out their names when it's time for them to see a customer service representative. This goes hand in hand with our crowd management approach on ground. We have very motivated and friendly staff on ground at our customer service areas to ensure that the customers are being dealt with in a timely and efficient manner, that they are being queued for their matters to the right and correct areas, and that the correct information is provided to them at every step of the way as we seek to address all their land concerns. Now, in the last 2 years, the Land Titles Division of the NLA has underwent certification, ISO certification in land registry management. This is an international certification, and it allows us to have a comprehensive quality policy as to the services that the Land Titles offers to our customers. Now, this has been, it was a very intense process for the division. The entire agency was involved, as every division that impacted the land titles was a part of the certification. And what it did was allow us to properly document our business process within that division, see the gaps in our service levels, and be able to meet those gaps. It also allowed us to provide a comprehensive risk registry to the division to ensure that we're able to mitigate any risk to our service levels, the pandemic being one such risk. And we are quite proud of the agency's certification. And this was granted to us in 2021, and it has been as a result of the entire agency's contribution to getting the Land Titles Division certified. Now, as we focus on customer service and enhancing the customer's interaction with the agency, we also have to ensure that the welfare of our staff is taken into account as we deliver these services. Given the pandemic that we've been dealing with in the last 18 months, we have established protocols for work from home. There's a roster of staff that are able to conduct their work from home safely, while we have team in office to address the customers that do come in. So we do ensure that our staff, they are properly distanced, they have a work environment that keeps them safe, that keeps our customers safe, as we all endear ourselves to ensure that we are able to deliver these services to our customers. We have since last year moved most of our management meetings online, and we have seen the benefits of having virtual meetings where we're able to have more management meetings to ensure that we are addressing the business of the agency. We have done staff training through the Zoom and the Microsoft Teams platform, and this has benefited the staff because of the nature of the virtual platforms. We're able to train far more staff than we would have been able to do in a year if we were doing in-person training. So the COVID pandemic has also provided an opportunity for us to be inventive and creative and innovative as we look at customer service to our customers and also the welfare and the well-being of the staff of the National Land Agency. One of our critical workshops that has been ongoing for the last, I would say, over a decade, that's been highly successful with the attorneys in Jamaica, is our conveyancing workshop. It's an 8-week program where we train attorneys and we explore the various transactions with registered parcels and ensure that they are given a comprehensive view of the procedures and policies of the Land Titles Division to ensure that the documents are not rejected and to reduce that level of rejection for those documents. In the past, when we had in person, we were only able to accommodate up to 16 persons. Having gone virtually, we are now able to accommodate 40 persons in any year, in any given workshop. And we have these workshops 3 times for the year. So we have seen where the pandemic or response to the pandemic has given us an opportunity to improve and to look beyond what our capabilities as we seek to re-engineer and rethink how we do business. And my hope is that even in the post-COVID world, that we really keep we keep the lessons learned during the pandemic and still foster the use of these social platforms and these virtual meetings. Our social media existence has increased dramatically over the last 2 years, where we've seen a 50% increase in our use of these support mechanisms to push and promote the agency's message. And our message is land tenure. We are here to support and to provide guidance and resources to get to having every Jamaican secure in their land ownership. Now, over the 20 years that agency has been around, we have moved from strength to strength, and we have used several mechanisms and platforms to reach our customers. In person was always a popular part of our service. However, the last 2 years has seen that has proven challenging. And what we've seen in the last 2 years is that our online platforms of Eland Jamaica, the live web chat, and our WhatsApp chats have become far more popular, and the demand for these platforms have increased drastically. Eland Jamaica allows our customers to view and purchase copies of their land titles and other land transactions that are available to the public. It allows them the live web chat allows them to speak to our highly trained and motivated staff as they try to gather information on the services that we offer and seek updates on the matters that we have presently working on for them. Again, and the WhatsApp chat also allows them to have immediate contact with our staff as we seek to ensure their concerns are addressed and updates are provided in a timely manner. So over the last 2 years, we have seen a dramatic uptick in the use of these platforms as we navigate this new world. Now, some of the lessons that we've learned over the last 2 years is to ensure that we look at the virtual platforms available to us as a great alternative to face-to-face interaction. During the pandemic, we've had to be creative as to how we reach our customers, many of whom were used to the in-person coming in and having the discussion with a customer service officer or an attorney who can walk them through the process of dealing with their transactions. That proved challenging in the last 2 years. So the virtual platform allowed us to reach sometimes a greater number of customers at the same time. Some of the lessons that we want to take in a post-COVID world is to continue to provide excellent customer service using all platforms available and keeping our virtual platforms as an alternative to face-to-face interaction. It also allowed us to expand our crisis management plan to include what happens in the next pandemic. How are we moving to address the next pandemic? One of the critical projects that the National Land Agency is now working on is introduction of electronic titles and electronic lodgements of land matters that will take that day-to-day physical paper interaction out of the circulation. That will allow us to expand the capacity of the NLA in terms of delivering land title services. Now, as we have re-engineered and been innovative in our approach to customer service during the last 2 years, customer feedback is a critical part of our response. The customer response will tell us when we have compromised our service, or our services are being compromised, that we're able to fill those gaps, close those gaps. So we welcome feedback from our customers as we ensure that their needs are being met, that we're still delivering our service levels in a reasonable time frame. And whenever our customers reach out and say that we are not, that we allocate resources to addressing some of these gaps. And we also have realized in our customer feedback that we do have some customers who are technologically challenged, and we do make an effort to have those persons in person, as safe as possible between them and the staff, and ensure that their needs are being met. As the agency moves to the next, as we look to the next 20 years, we want to ensure that our customer service remains excellent, that we look at the needs of our customers and we anticipate what their needs are and deliver even before they realize that this is a service that they needed. Our commitment as an agency is that we continue to execute our mandate and ensure that innovation, technology, and accessibility are at the core of the transformation of our customer service delivery. Through our commitment to continuous training, consultations, and aligning our operations with industry best practices, the NLA envisions that it is on its way in transforming Jamaica's service culture. The National Agency, our motto is one agency, one goal, and that goal is to empower our people in land ownership. Thank you.
Ms. Walcott, thank you so much. What a mouthful, so much to learn about the NLA and all the services that you're offering, and certainly how you have pivoted in this pandemic. And I wrote down some words as you spoke. I wrote down adaptability, because that was key and it just resonated with me throughout your entire presentation. Communication, recognizing that is not just a one-way process, but you also have to communicate with your clients, and so much more, which we will hear more about. Colleagues, friends, I must apologize because we had on our program Mr. Winter of the Passports, Immigration and Citizenship Agency, who has tendered his apologies for being regrettably unable to be here with us this morning. But I know he is supporting us wherever he is, and he regrets not being able to be here. I'm reminding also, please, if you have questions, we have been hearing a lot from our agencies. These are key government agencies. We don't often get the opportunity to hear from all of them in the same space, and this is your opportunity to pose whatever questions you have in the chat, and you may direct them to our list of panelists. So once again, reminding you to share your questions in the chat. So our final panelist for this morning is no stranger to most of us. He is a public sector worker with long standing. He is Mr. Wayne St. Aubin Jones. He is an accomplished human resource management practitioner with over 35 years experience in the field of industrial relations and employment management. He is a certified change management specialist and graduate of the University of the West Indies and the City and Guild Institute of London. As a corporate governor, he serves on various public and private sector boards in Jamaica. So he is coming with a lot of experience. In 2007, Mr. Jones was conferred with the Order of Distinction in recognition of his invaluable contribution to the public service in the fields of corporate governance, employee advocacy, and trade unionism. Mr. Wayne Jones currently serves as the Deputy Financial Secretary in charge of the Strategic Human Resource Management portfolio in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, where he leads the HR Transformation Program. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage at this time, Mr. Wayne Jones. Mr. Jones, good morning to you and welcome.
Good morning, and thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Callum. Greetings to all colleagues, friends, well-wishers, our audience, far and near. Let me thank the association for the opportunity to share this morning on behalf of the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, the Center of Excellence, not only in service delivery, but as the government's premier policy development hub. We recognize the importance of our role as the major policy development arm of government that has the responsibility to ensure that public policy is properly drafted, that legislation relevant to the conduct of public management is done in the highest standard, and therefore we take our task very, very seriously. With the very diverse customer base that we have, it is important that as we deliver on the mandate, we do so with top class, top tier customer service standards. And so we set audacious goals. We have 14 divisions within the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service that has a multiplicity of areas of responsibility. Of course, my division, the Strategic Human Resource Management Division, is responsible for the people element of the Jamaican public sector and more. With our extensive customer base stretching all the way into the diaspora through the administration of scholarship and financial assistance for educational pursuits, it is absolutely important that our customer service delivery is top class. We have very, very importantly, as another example, the Public Expenditure Division, traditionally known as the Budget Division. When you see our legislators in the Parliament on an annual basis contemplating what is known as the budget, this is where all the work takes place. And it is important that our clients, the ministries, the departments, and agencies of government are comfortable with the service that we deliver. And of course, we have our Public Enterprise Division that is a monitor for the public bodies of the government of Jamaica, which numbering close to 200. These are just examples of the diverse customer base that we have within the public sector. But as the government's major economic policy advisor, the Ministry of Finance has an audience beyond the public sector. We have the private sector, very importantly, that requires our service. We have the ordinary citizen of this country that requires our service. And as such, we have to make sure our service delivery is top-notch. And so we have instituted a number of initiatives to achieve those objectives. Firstly, just as an example, we recognize that whatever we're going to do has to be on a very firm foundation. So we have created a governance layer focused squarely on customer experience called the Customer Service Improvement Team. This is a new set of workers, colleagues, professionals within the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service whose task it is is to take the rest of us to that higher heights of the delivery of excellent customer service. And so we have introduced our customer service improvement team. But of course, the team needs architectural and infrastructural and other support to make it happen. And as such, the introduction of our customer service branch is for us, long overdue and extremely well for us. We are extremely excited about this new branch. Some of what that new branch will have as part of its mandate is delivering best-in-class customer service training for the team here at National Era Circle and our other locations across the country, deploying service platforms and tools utilized across the ministry, facilitating the co-creation of service standards. So we have engaged in a process whereby this team has interfaced with the rest of us here in the ministry to ensure that we are all comfortable with the service standards that we are committing to deliver on behalf of the people of Jamaica. And of course, providing customer service measurement through monitoring and evaluation. We know the mantra that says whatever gets measured gets done, and we are committed to that. Hence, monitoring and evaluation is an extremely important part of what we are doing. We're not only talking, we are not only promising, we are not only exhibiting intent, we are doing. So we have procured a new online customer service center. And for those who may visit our location here at Era Circle, you will see construction taking place. And in another few months, you will be extremely pleased, no doubt, with the reception area of the ministry that will allow you to come into a space, a physical space, where you will be able to access information and get service from this ministry without having to enter multiplicity of offices, as sometimes is the case. We recognize that it is because of our customers why we are here, and we are taking all necessary steps to ensure that our customers are in fact comfortable and well served. Of course, the technology gives us that opportunity. So social media, email, chat and self-service, we are ramping up our services online, not just inline. Digitization of the scholarship and grant application process is a major achievement for us here at the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. As the government, primarily the government scholarship administration unit, we are responsible for ensuring that scholarship and assistance that comes to the country by way of friendly countries and organizations are advertised and brought to the attention of needy Jamaicans. This had been done for many years in a very manual and paper-based way. We are moving away from that now, and we are introducing online application, which will ensure faster and more accurate processing of the application. So we're very excited about the digitization of our scholarship and assistance processes. And of course, we haven't stopped at that. Our mail management system also is an area that has received spotlight and attention. This ministry receives a lot of correspondence, And as is the case with most government entities, we have a registry through which all such correspondence having left reception must go and be processed to ensure there is appropriate dissemination of such. But that's a pretty manual exercise that, believe it or not, can take days before the correspondence get to the intended addressee. With digitization of our mail management system, we are going to reduce those delays, hopefully eliminate them, and ensure that the mail gets to the right people at the right time so that we can have the appropriate attention being paid to them. So having done those, having given you a taste of what we are doing and have done, what's next? Well, we also are keeping pace with the world. And so ISO 9001:2015 certification is on our radar. We are going to be certified. Our services and processes are going to be certified here, the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. We are going to develop a more open document repository to make finding published data from this ministry even easier. We publish a lot of information, a lot of data, a lot of which is located on our website. But admittedly, there are many of our customers who do not find it easy to access our data online. We have taken a look at that, we have examined that, and we are going to fix that to ensure that information is available to our customers online. And the diversity of our customer base dictate that this must be done. We want to know what's happening. We need the feedback. So customer service reviews and service reengineering exercises, placing the customer at the heart of service delivery, is also part of the plan. We are seeking to ensure that we hear from our customers. We are not locking ourselves away at 30 National Era Circle and believe we know it all. No, it is an inclusive exercise. We want to know from our customers how we're doing, what is it that they desire, because I remind you, it is the customer why we exist. And of course, find more opportunities to increase the digitization. So for example, a digital first public sector employee assistance program to improve the ministry's accessibility and our ability to measure our service delivery. Previous speakers from day one have spoken about the need for attention to the mental acumen of the people in the pandemic. It has been a trying time for all of us. We recognize that the workers of the public sector, to include this ministry, are going to need greater employee assistance. And we are seeking to ensure that the current public sector employee assistance program that we have becomes far more accessible using the technology. So digitization will be a feature of that. So friends, colleagues, audience, near and far, this is just a taste of what the ministry that has the responsibility for the public service is doing now, and we welcome you on board as we seek to ramp up our customer service excellence. Thank you.
Mr. Jones, thank you so much for sharing with us, and we are so happy. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have realized the level of professionalism right across our public sector at the agency level and certainly at the ministerial level as well. Listen, did you hear all the wonderful things that the Ministry of Finance and Public Service is doing to improve services to its clients, including gunning after that also important ISO 9001:2015 certification. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there are some people who are almost synonymous with an organization, and that's because they own what they do. They own the ethos of the organization. They are an authority on it. And one such person in the public sector is Ms. Maris Horton. We trust her authority. We have seen her, we know her. Ms. Maris Horton currently serves as Chief Corporate Communications Officer at Tax Administration Jamaica, TAJ. She has responsibility for managing the communications portfolio for staff and external stakeholders, and she is the chief spokesperson for TAJ. As we know, she is a veteran in the field of tax administration. She began her career in tax administration in 1990 at the former Income Tax Department, where she gained valuable experience in key operations. Ms. Horton is a graduate of the University of Technology with a bachelor's in business administration, majoring in marketing, and she has a professional diploma in public relations. She serves on several boards and task forces, including she serves on the communications subcommittee for the National Identification System. It is my pleasure to welcome to the stage at this time Ms. Maris Horton from Tax Administration Jamaica. Welcome again, Ms. Horton.
Thank you so much for your introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is interesting to note that the organizations represented on the public sector panel are all stakeholders and partners in TAJ's operations. In fact, the same could be said of all businesses and most Jamaicans, might I say. And we value our customers and stakeholders from yard and abroad. So we welcome this opportunity to share with you how TAJ has been using technology, changing our processes, training our people to transform our customer service. But let me just share with you a little bit about the scope of our operations. Now, TAJ has responsibility for the administration of domestic taxes. What does that really mean? Taxes in Jamaica. And this includes our core areas such as income tax, consumption taxes, education taxes, and so on. But we are also the main collecting agency for GOJ, as we collect over 250 distinct taxes, deductions, licenses, and fees, primarily for other agencies. So you can imagine the wide range of customers and the large volume of transactions that we treat with each year. So one of the things that we have done to manage all of this, millions of transactions that we deal with annually, we use what we call a revenue administration information system. And this is central to us embracing the use of technology. Having that e-focus is also key to our customer service and has actually become even more critical since the onset of the pandemic. And we believe that the adoption of e-service solutions allows us to provide greater options to our customers and to improve the efficiency of our organization. And of course, paying special attention to feedback from all our valued customers in the process. So just to give you a little bit too, in terms of us having adopted the use of these technologies, when we look across the landscape and look at how persons have been embracing the use of these online services that we're offering, this year, when we compare it to last year, we see that there's a direct result of our strategically increasing our promotion for business and individuals to use these channels. That payments in some of the key areas, and I must stop to say that property tax is our number one transaction by volume. Next to that would be your motor vehicle registration. But there are a number of services that are currently available online that persons can pay online. So when we look at that, we see an uptake of up to 61% when we look at the business taxes. So that we find it very encouraging, and we continue to encourage more people to use this. As a matter of fact, currently, 74% of all our revenue is collected via various available online channels. And that's in vis-a-vis our network of 28 tax offices. Transactions, however, we see the flip in that we find about 70% of the transactions now being done in line. And we want to change that narrative by doing what we're doing. So, in respect of looking at some of what's happening right now, we're working tirelessly to provide more service options because we find that options provide greater convenience. So, one of the things that we have been encouraging, and this is feedback from our customers as well, we have embarked on a Saturday month end opening at some select offices, and that's because we see a crowding around our month ends. So we have begun to open since April of this year, and we'll continue that right throughout the rest of the fiscal year and possibly beyond. We have a queue management system that we operate at our flagship tax office, which is our St. Andrew Revenue Service Center, and at one of our medium offices, which is our Falmouth tax offices. We're looking to roll that out to other. But notwithstanding that automatic queue management system, we do in fact have a numbering system at all of our locations, particularly to manage the wait in line outside of the offices as we have to manage the protocols. We also are happy to say that our core customers, our business customers, they are all filing all their returns online. So that's a matter that they have now been able to do. And in terms of payments, we see a growing number of them actually making their payments online. We have done some adjustments to our processes, and one of the main ones would be the driver's license renewal, where persons can now pay online and then simply do a drop off and then a pickup once that is ready. What's on the horizon, or what's new, I should say? TAJ has embarked on a mission to expand our online service options, and we have actually stepped up that drive in the face of the growing impact of the pandemic. So even before we were always but we have stepped that up and have fast-tracked a number of the things. So since 2020, we have rolled out several new service options promoting greater convenience. And some of these are that you know have increased payment channels. We have a mobile app that we launched. If you're an NCB customer, you can now log on to your NCB online platform and just add TAJ as a payee for most of the tax types, certainly for our business clients and persons who own property. There's direct funds transfer, which from any bank that you have, you can do transfers for the business related taxes as well. There is TCC auto renewal and auto approval that has been launched. We have our GCT online application enhancement, and these can also be validated by persons. So it's not just that we have put these in place, but persons are also able to validate. The driver's license renewal, as I mentioned, that too is new. But what else is on the horizon as we continue to roll out? So as we move forward, we are actively collaborating with a number of public and private sector partners to add to our growing suite of online options. So during this quarter, which has just started, so between now and December, we expect to roll out a number of new online services that will have a significant impact on customer satisfaction. And the number one that we're really heartened to be able to roll out pretty soon is the motor vehicle registration renewal, where we are putting in place an online payment option and a quick window for pickup. And this is something that we are working with our partners as we looking at integrating our systems with their systems. So we're working with the IAJ, that's the Insurance Association of Jamaica, to integrate their system into our system, and then we'll be able to provide that service. So that is in the pre-testing phase, and we are going to be rolling that pretty soon. There's also police record. That's another option that we want to push online to make it more convenient for persons, as there's a growing demand for police records. So we are looking to push that online. Again, here, the integration is very important with the JCF, as they need to be able to validate these online receipts once persons use our platform to make the payments. So that too is at an advanced stage. And our production team is already looking across the landscape to look at what other services that in a quick turnaround time we'll be able to roll out. And we're looking at things like driver's license exam fees and so on. But before we even get to that, we are building out our website to be more integrated and to allow for more persons to access using other means, as well as we are working with the Scotia group to also, similar to the NCB Online, we are working with the Scotia group to also offer Scotia Online banking as a payment option. And that we expect to roll that out in this quarter as well. So we are doing a number of things to make it easier and more convenient for our valued customers. But one of the things that we have to look at too is that we have to say that we are very committed to good customer service practices. And one of the things that we have done to ensure that this too is recognized on a global scale is that we have actually taken the bold step to get ISO 9001 certified. Now, you would have heard a number of my fellow panelists speak of this. And just giving you hot off the press, our St. Andrew Revenue Service Center, which again is our flagship tax office, it has actually been certified. So we have received that certification. So we'll be promoting that in the coming weeks. And this will also be rolled out to other locations in phases. We're actually actively looking at 3 right now, but it will be rolled out across the board in terms of that. In terms of also looking at our feedback, we do undertake an external biennial customer satisfaction survey done by Market Research Services Limited. And we have multiple points of eliciting feedback from persons, including our customer care center, our client relationship managers that we have for our large taxpayers, and our taxpayer education officers, and several other feedback mechanisms that we have, including inline, as well as through our various social media channels. So we do continue to encourage persons to let us know what is happening, let us know how we can serve you better. So as I close, I am just going to remind you that we have several services and payments, that there's no need for you to come in line, pay your taxes online. Many options, the choice is in your hands. It's safe, it's convenient, and secure. Tax Administration Jamaica, changing the way we do business. I thank you.
Ms. Houghton, thank you so much for sharing with us all that's going on. I certainly am very excited to hear not only about what has taken place, but about those things that are coming up that are on the radar. So we are at the end of our presentations and running a little bit behind the time. So, and we don't see any questions coming from the chat. So just have one question for all our panelists who were so grateful that you have joined us. Just one question in one sentence, just one sentence. We know service excellence really is about the experience of the customer, the clients, how they have felt having interacted with the organization. With that in mind, and I know each of you has alluded to the different customer feedback points that you have and how you get feedback from your customers. What has been the feedback to all the different changes and activities that you're implementing? What has that feedback been? Could you please share with those of us who are online and listening and are so excited to hear? Single most important feedback that you would have received from your clients. I'm going to start with you, Ms. Houghton, since you went last and I know you pointed to a number of things. I'm going to start with you.
Sure. We're always heartened when we get that wow from persons. And I can tell you that a number of the services that we have now made available online, that we have gotten a lot of wow from persons on that. Because what it means is that it's convenient for them. They can stay within the comforts of their offices, their homes, and interact with us. Certainly our business clients, which are our core customers, there's actually no need for them to come in line any at all. They do all their services online. It's those other services that we provide as an agent for other agencies that some of those we are moving online as we work with those agencies, because we are the face, as you can quite imagine. So some of the persons don't recognize some of the behind the scenes that we have to work with these agencies to integrate with their systems so that they are able to now do their services online. So they come online, they do their services, and they're able to actually print their own receipts. So that is one of the big wins that we have.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you for that, Ms. Horton. I'm going to turn now to Ms. Walcott.
Yes,
Same question.
not a problem. The majority of our customers, they fall into two camps. They're either pleased with some of the services and some of the changes that we've made, and others they've been understanding where our service levels have taken longer than they're usually used to. So we have our customers falling into two camps, pleased with some in some aspects and understanding to some degree. And we do welcome their feedback as they help us to improve and quickly identify where we need to do better.
All right, thank you. Mr. Jones, I'm going to turn to you at this time from the Ministry of Finance and Public Service.
Pardon my bias if I give you the example of the human resource management function. The inaugural Marcus Garvey Public Sector Graduate Scholarship was conducted almost totally online using the technology. Our applications went out online. The returns came in online. The vetting was done online through using technology, of course. The interviews were virtual. The results are communicated similarly. We have our colleagues in the public sector who have now, some of them jetted off overseas to take up their scholarship, and everything is being done in the virtual space. They have expressed immense satisfaction with that process, and it tells us that there is more that we can do, and that is why we are so excited about putting more of our processes online. Of course, the external to the public sector, similarly, the other offerings for academic pursuits have been tested in that manner, and we have had many guarantors. These are people signing guarantees on behalf of students who have benefited from the scholarship offering, and they have been excited about the fact that they can be overseas and sign a bond agreement using persons a camera, and it is done real time, and we here in Jamaica are looking on while they are doing it and accepting that as authentic. That for us is very, very encouraging. Many more of such to come. Thank you.
Absolutely wonderful to hear. Thank you, Mr. Jones. And now Dr. Oakley Williams of the NHT.
We have gotten some very positive feedback. In fact, one of the things that they love to talk about is the warmth and professionalism of our staff. As I said before, that the NHT staff has customer service in their DNA. So they love the professionalism of our staff. And of course, in terms of our product, the new product, the 0% interest rate, I mean, they are excited about that. And also the home grant. I think I had mentioned to you that after 10 years of contributing, persons can get a home grant of $2.5 billion. And this is for persons at the lowest income band. Another big thing is the persons with disabilities. We're very pleased when we have our schemes. I mentioned to you that we had 6 schemes that we advertised in August. They're very pleased with our allocation in these schemes because we have special allocation for persons with disabilities. We have lower interest rate than the norm for persons with disabilities. And we also have a grant. So persons who have a disability can get a grant and retrofit their house. So I think that those are some of the things that are exciting. And the fact that we offer the very lowest interest rate in the mortgage industry is something that they're pleased with. Not to mention the contribution refund. I know all of us are excited about the contribution refunds and the fact that it is also processed online and it gives us that extra savings. NHP is just happy to serve you, and of course we are not feeling that we should become complacent. Believe that we should continue to listen to our customers and our staff so that we can improve our product and processes and our service.
Thank you so much, Dr. Oakley Williams. And our final question now goes to Mr. Anderson of the NHF. Sir, it's your turn for the question.
Yes, thank you very much. Like the NHT, we continue to get very good reviews from our customers. They're happy that they're able to get their card very quickly. They're happy at the extent to which our team members go to ensure that they get their pharmaceuticals, and they're happy at the warm relationship that they have built with our team members. But on a developmental level, though, as we try to improve, one of the things we've gotten from the customers in terms of feedback is the very importance of service consistency. So good apple today, great apple tomorrow. It can be good apple today and maybe a banana tomorrow. Service consistency is very important. So we see that on a bad day in our pharmacies when the numbers are very, very high. If you're not able to deliver at the level that you delivered before, then that's an issue. So we are working with our customers to build that level of consistency and predictability because we will continue to listen and we'll continue to improve. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Everton Anderson, Mr. Wayne Jones, Dr. Laney Oakley Williams, Ms. Maris Horton, Ms. Cherise Walcott. Thank you so much, all of you, for making such a rich contribution to our conversation today. We have learned so much about all that's happening in public sector, and we are grateful to you for taking your time out to share with us. It is said, that a transformed public sector. This is something that we believe here at the Cabinet Office, that a transformed public sector, which is driven to achieve the highest standards of delivering service, must strive continuously to satisfy customers' needs by improving business processes, systems, and structures. And all the agencies which have shared with us today on the panel have been a true representative of this. We thank you all again so much for sharing with us, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, wonderful session. If you're in agreement with me, could you help me thank the Director General, the moderator, Ms. Tanika Callum, and our wonderful panelists with some love in the chat? They did very well. It was energetic, it was informative, it was motivating, it was inspiring, and above all, it was uplifting. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. It highlighted to us that GOJ is agile in its initiatives, being the largest service provider. They value their customers, and most of all, they, through their different functions, are working together to achieve Vision 2030, making Jamaica the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. I don't know about anybody else, but today I am proud that I am a civil servant. Thank them for me in a wonderful way. The profound execution of this event was a clear depiction that indeed GOJ got the power of service excellence. We are here to serve, we are here to please, we are here to deliver, and above all, we are moving past the talk to practical actions. Thank you, team GOJ, for your wonderful, wonderful rendition this afternoon.
Thank you so very much, Sharika, absolutely fantastic job that you have done yourself. And so excellent customer service coming from you. I was just blown away by the presentations just now, and I'm certain that the members of the audience, and I'd like to share with you that we do have JNN and we do have JNN, their YouTube channels. So those are some of the other options to join. But it was absolutely amazing. I was actually focusing on the fact that, listen, I have done business with just about all of these agencies, and I have experienced some of that wonderful customer service as well. So the National Health Fund, I'm moving into my senior years, and so I have to use the services of the National Health Fund. And Mr. Anderson, keep it up. Good work coming from the NHF. And Dr. Laney Oakley Williams, brick upon brick. I think the rest of us need to join you in building on that. And we're taking those tips and we're ready to take that leap with you. Of course, the National Land Agency, from a program perspective in terms of what I do professionally, on Farm Talk on Power 106 FM. The farmers are very excited. I know about the movements that they see coming from the NLA and the fact that some of them are now getting into the position where they can get their titles in hand. So that is very important. Of course, from a financial perspective, we want to ensure that we're getting more money into government's coffers. And so it is good to know that you're stepping up the service to encourage more people to use the services so we become more efficient at getting that money in. So all told, very, very good. Mary Sarton, by the way, I'm very happy to hear that you are opening up the window to more opportunities, at least to another bank, for people to make those payments. Very, very good direction. I'm loving the direction that I am seeing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're wasting no time this afternoon. We are not going to take the lunch break at the time that we had it, simply so that we can get back on track in terms of time. And so I am going to move right now to the next agenda item. And I know that this presentation, coming on the heels of all that we have heard before, I have a feeling that Minister has been paying attention to what was going on before. And so it is very important then for us to move to that presentation from Minister. And so Georgette, if you are ready, Georgette Thompson is Vice President of JaCSA, and in her other life, she is Senior Biochemical Analyst within the Ministry of Health. And we now invite her to introduce Dr. the Honorable Nigel Clark.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Mine is a distinguished task to introduce to you our keynote speaker, Dr. the Honorable Nigel Clark. Dr. the Honorable Nigel Clark is the Minister of Finance and the Public Service, and he's also the Member of Parliament for St. Andrew Northwestern. Now, prior to his appointment as Minister of Finance, Minister Clark served as the Ambassador at Large for Economic Affairs, Chairman of the Port Authority of Jamaica, and Chairman of the National Housing Trust. Minister Clark is a financier businessman by background, and he has spent over 2 decades in the private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. the Honorable Nigel Clark.
Thank you very much for that introduction. And may I just begin by expressing or saying regards to the Master of Ceremonies, who I can't see at the moment, to those who are officiating and to those who spoke before me. And I must congratulate the Jamaica Customer Service Association, along with the Public Sector Transformation and Modernization Division in the Office of the Cabinet, for hosting what seems to be an excellent conference on public service, or on service, customer service. It warms my heart to hear public bodies and ministries and departments gathered to discuss how you can excite the customer, who is most often the taxpayer, and without whom none of us would have the jobs that we do have. I was able to hear some of the stories from the NHF and the NHT and from the NLA, and that's exactly the kinds of things that we want to be focused on and speaking about. So congratulations to all who have been a part of the organization of this, and to those who presented before me. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic has drastically changed the way in which we interact. Even this function today would normally be held at a fancy hotel. We would have, maybe fancy hors d'oeuvres, and I could actually see you. None of that exists, and I am speaking into a computer screen, and I've been doing that for the last year, as have you. And as we continue to focus on the rebuilding and recovery process, as much as it speaks to the resilience of human beings and of human societies, it's important to recognize that this transition towards a digital format can be embraced in order to deliver better and superior customer service to the persons we serve. Now, the business of service delivery is not confined to the public sector. The Jamaican economy is an economy that's primarily comprised of services. When Statin measures economic activity and economic output, the volume of economic output that is attributed to services is over 70, I believe it's about 75%, whereas economic activity that leads to the production of goods, manufactured items or agricultural items or items mined out of the ground, only constitutes about 25%. So if we are interested in sustainable economic recovery, it's very important that the service economy recovers as well. And the service economy, certainly in the private sector, would have been much harder hit by the pandemic. Tourism is a major service and accounts for a large proportion of employment in Jamaica. Other services, such as restaurants and some aspects of retail, if you go to the gym, services that require, or certainly in the past required physical presence, all were tremendously impacted by the pandemic last year. And as we focus on recovery, we have to make sure that services and the people employed in them experience the recovery that we are working towards. Now, there are green shoots, and you would expect me to come here and not mention some of the green shoots. We are seeing where in the first quarter of this fiscal year, the economy grew by 14.2%, which is very encouraging and very good news. People often ask, what does growth have to do with me? What does it have to do with an ordinary man? Well, it has everything to do with you and everything to do with the ordinary person, because the size of the economy determines the size of government revenues. The size of government revenues determines how much more the government can serve you as a citizen of Jamaica. So if the economy grows by 14%, it's going to mean that our revenues are going to grow in real terms by a similar amount. And if our revenues grow, then we are able to respond to challenges and problems and to make investments for the betterment of Jamaicans and Jamaican society. We're able to table a $33 billion supplementary budget precisely because the economy grew and grew at a faster clip than anyone had expected. And this is also good because it means that it gives us the opportunity, the prospect that we can recover pre-COVID levels of economic output sooner than we otherwise would. And this start is certainly a stronger start than most of our peer countries who have already reported for the period April to June. And if that wasn't enough, just earlier this week, S&P, the International Credit Rating Agency, came out and affirmed Jamaica as B+. Jamaica is one of the few countries in our hemisphere who were able to retain their rating during the worst economic crisis that we have seen in our lifetimes. But though we retained the rating, the outlook was changed to negative as the government's revenues collapsed by $70-odd billion last year. Well, just 18 months after the beginning of the pandemic, which brought on the worst economic crisis that we have experienced in our lifetimes, S&P has upgraded their outlook on Jamaica and revised it from negative to stable, expecting economic recovery to continue and to gather momentum, and for government finances to improve to the extent that we can record a surplus for this year. That's all good news, and it provides the platform on which the public sector can continue to deliver sterling and outstanding service, customer service to the people of Jamaica. Now, I mentioned that it's not lost on me, the format that we're using for today's presentation is a format that's been delivered through ones and zeros. I'm speaking into a room, persons who can probably, who are within geographical proximity of my voice may think I'm crazy because I'm speaking and there's no visible person to whom I'm speaking with. I'm speaking across the computer, and you are hearing and you are actually seeing, and we're having an engagement. Now, this technology we have to use to bring government services closer to the Jamaican people. And we have had a strategy over the past few years to digitize and to bring online a variety of government services. Many of the agencies who spoke earlier today have some degree of digitization in the services that they deliver to customers. The NHT, you're allowed to, I heard they're making much of the refund facility at the NHT, which you can access online from your mobile phone. The government, through our CARE program initiative, where we had $20 billion available to the Jamaican people at a time of great need last year. And by the way, that 20 billion has gone up several billion this year. We were able to do through a purely digital platform where persons were able to apply on their mobile phones and to receive payment through a remittance agency or directly into their bank account. We are doing the same with the COVID-19 vaccine incentive, and we did have some hiccups early on, but at about 20,000 persons have received, about 20,000 persons over the age of 65 have already received their COVID-19 vaccine incentive payment. Now, we are working to bring digital delivery throughout the length and breadth of Jamaica. And I just want to note that the tax authority has responded to the initiative to accelerate the speed at which services can be delivered digitally. And in April 2021, the Tax Office of Jamaica, Tax Administration of Jamaica, launched their GCT online facility, where, the online GCT application facility, where you can apply online, and TAJ also introduced the direct transfers option. And about 70% or 80% rather of the tax types that TAJ has responsibility for collecting can be paid online. There's a lot more work to do to ensure that the Jamaican taxpayer uses these avenues and is comfortable doing so. We're not there yet. Some persons have, reservations and want to come in personally to deal with their business. Now, that sort of brings me to the point that sometimes, both in the private sector and in the public sector, we can be product focused, where You know, the focuses and excitement is about the new product that's going to be launched. The product might be early retirement, or it might be some new product from the National Health Fund, or we're going to do the land titling initiative, or you know, some other product. Many times when you're product focused, it's possible to do a product focus and to design the best product in the world from your perspective. But if we are not customer focused, and customer focused does not consist of two words, customer focused. Customer focus consists of a series of actions that ensures that the customer is at the center of what you're doing. But many times we think we're doing well when we are absolutely product focused, and every fiber of our being, every vessel in our body is devoted to making the product and the design of the product so picture perfect that we forget who the product is for and whether their views have been taken into consideration. And it's amazing the boo-boos that one can make with a zealous focus on making the best and the perfect product without a view of who the product is meant to serve. There are many examples in the public sector, and I won't name them here, of products that theoretically are fantastic, are great, but are of little value because the customer for whom it was designed was not really taken into consideration. And that can happen very often in a country like Jamaica, where there is a large socio-economic range, large demographic range in terms of everybody on this in this conference has more than likely gone to university. Many of you have graduate degrees, etc. Well, you represent a minority of Jamaica certainly Jamaicans residing in Jamaica, as far as education level is concerned. And there are many Jamaicans who are not like you and who don't think like you, who don't have access to what you've had access to. And so if you design products with yourself in mind, you know, you're likely to not be in a position to serve the vast majority of Jamaicans. In the private sector and in the public sector, we can also be sales focused, where the metrics, the incentives, the kudos, the praise goes to those who can rack up highest volume of sales. So, and I'm just going to stick with the examples I was using earlier, not to pick on you guys, but you spoke just before me. So it might be the regional manager in NHT who is focused on generating the most mortgages in terms of volume. That's sales, just pushing stuff out. Or it might be the NHF officer who is competing to see who can sign up the most persons for the new program that NHF is launching. In the private sector, the parallels are obvious, where we're just focused on getting that additional dollar of revenue. And many times, if we are sales focused, and not that sales aren't important, but if we're sales focused, we can ultimately miss the customer's interest. And it therefore becomes challenging to maintain those sales. The customer that you register or you sign up doesn't follow through. The sale that you initiate does not have a repeat because the customer was not a part of that sale in its design and its focus and its orientation. In the public service and in the private sector, it's possible to be profit focused. And in the private sector, profit is good because it's from profit that you have the surpluses to invest for the future. So profit has to be something that is a strategic objective. In government, in public bodies, ensuring that your revenues exceed your expenditure has to be a focus, because if it isn't, then a lot can go wrong. However, if it is the overwhelming focus to the detriment of customer considerations, especially in the public sector, then a serious question can be asked as to whether or not your function is being fulfilled. So it's possible to be a good public servant, to be product focused, to be sales focused, to be profit focused, and still miss what you're here to do. It is by no accident that the area of life to which we are dedicated is an area that is called public service. And your raison d'etre, your purpose, is to serve the public. So yes, you must focus on product, you must focus on sales, and you must focus on making sure that your revenues exceed your expenditure. But above all, and what must be the driving force behind all of those other objectives, is a decided focus on the customer. Now, I could give you many companies, international, multinational companies, that are product focused or sales focused or profit focused. You can think of examples for yourself. But I just want to give you an example of a company, just to use a private sector analogy, that was customer focused and what that resulted in. The company that is the most customer focused in the world by popular acclamation happens to be a company that has grown over 20 years to become one of the largest companies in the world, and that is Amazon, which until recently was led in terms of CEO by Jeff Bezos. And Jeff Bezos, of course, is still the chairman of Amazon, but he's no longer the chief executive officer. Jeff Bezos, throughout his career at Amazon, having founded the company with his wife in the mid-1990s, has been famous for an obsession with the customer. And it is that obsession with the customer that allowed him to take this garage basement in quotes company and turn it into one of the largest companies in the entire world. He initially started out by selling, you will recall, books, and then moved to music and videos. And for a long time, that was what Amazon did: books, music, and video. But Bezos always believed in listening to the customer. And so he would often solicit feedback and advice. And once he just chose 1,000 customers at random and asked them, what is it that you'd like to see us focus on? Can you imagine if we did that in the public service? Can you imagine if the National Housing Trust were to just ask its customers, what is it that you want us to focus on? Or the Ministry of Finance, for that matter, or the Ministry of Health? If we took that approach, I would say to you that politicians take that approach, right? Because we go out and we talk to people, as you know, and to get elected, you listen to a lot of people. But just generally speaking, in the administration of public service, imagine if we were to take that approach of, before putting our plans in place, asking the customer, what is it that you want to see us focus on over the next 5 years? Well, that's what Jeff Bezos did. And when the feedback came, he realized one person said, I want you to sell windscreen wipers. Another person said, I want you to sell ceramic vases. Someone else said, I want you to sell oriental rugs. And he quickly got the message that what the customer wanted is for us to sell everything. And that gave him the impetus to transition Amazon from becoming a bookseller, from becoming a book, music, and video seller, to ultimately becoming the greatest retailer that the world has ever seen, selling everything from a pin to an anchor. That wasn't some strategy that was carved out in a smoke-filled boardroom. That was a strategy that came directly from the customers who he wanted to serve. Bezos, throughout his career at Amazon, was famous for saying that the customer is the most important person in every meeting. So you're having a meeting, a sales forecast meeting, or a budget meeting, or a strategic planning meeting. He says, look, all of you here, you think you are the important people in this meeting? The most important person is not here. And that person is the customer. And so you know what Jeff Bezos did for his 2.5 decades leading Amazon? For every meeting in which he participated, he left an empty chair that represented the customer. So everybody would get it, that you are not the important person in this room. The person who would be sitting in that chair, that is the important person. And I'm leaving the chair empty so that you can remain focused on the customer. Whether you're talking about products, whether you're talking about profit, whether you're talking about sales or your budget, the customer is the most important person in the room. Bezos would often require that his senior executives make a trip to the Amazon call center or call centers and spend a minimum amount of time per month or per quarter listening to the customer calls at the call center, hearing the customer from Indonesia or from Trinidad or from Florida complaining about a particular service or requesting something or trying to get something sorted out. And by keeping their ears to the ground, they could plot their way forward in a manner that would deliver value to the customer and ultimately deliver returns to Amazon. You know, Bezos was very obsessed with customers. And he famously also said that the customer is always dissatisfied. Let me say that again. He said the customer is always dissatisfied. But many times the customer is not aware of it yet. Not aware of that dissatisfaction. And he's just waiting for some invention or innovation to come along for the customer to become aware of his own dissatisfaction or her own dissatisfaction, and then move on to where that innovation exists. And that is a story of business and corporate life, that often, you know, some innovation comes on and we move from the cassette recorder to the what do you call that? Whatever, iTunes, iPhones, the small one, what do you call it again? Right, where we move from the video VHS to the compact disc or DVD to watching it over a screen, right? So as innovation comes along, we realize that, oh my God, I didn't even realize I was dissatisfied with that. My goodness, it takes so long. It's so difficult to use. Well, you weren't saying that before the innovation came along. You were quite happy. But once innovation came along, you realize that, oh my goodness, things can get better. So Bezos operated from the principle observed in everyday life that the customer is always dissatisfied, always dissatisfied. And his job, he saw it as not just understanding the customer, but being so deeply engaged with the customer that he would be inventing on their behalf the innovations that they don't even know that they want. Imagine that as a focus. Is that by accident? that Amazon grew from the garage company to becoming one of the largest in the world, if you begin to think like that. And I'd say to everyone this afternoon that there's a role in government for public officers and public servants to also think in the same way. That the customer is the raison d'etre for your existence as a public servant. That your job, no matter what it is, it could be reconciling payments or it could be an audit. Your job ultimately is about serving a customer and about being sure to always be innovating to make things better for the customer. Putting yourself in that customer's shoe, in their particular circumstances, which can be different from your own. And updating, upgrading, challenging, innovating products in order to meet them at their point of need. It's a revolutionary way of thinking, but it is what we desperately need in Jamaica. You know, there are many times that Jamaicans leave here, simple means, humble people. They go abroad, opportunity is abundant. They end up doing well after 25 years, but they still have that external demeanor, right? Still rough around the edges, still humble in demeanor, maybe pronounce their words not the way you would. And their beginnings are easily betrayed, regardless of the material status that they now enjoy. And many times when those Jamaicans come back to Jamaica and try to access our public services, you know, the complaint is that in Jamaica, we look down on people. You know, our public service sometimes treats people with disregard and with contempt, especially if we believe that those people have no connections, or if we believe that they're from humble beginnings and therefore there's no repercussion for my actions. And that's one of the, I would say one of the worst things about Jamaica, you know, the discriminating way in which the public service often treats Jamaicans. And it's something that we must stop. It's something that we must improve on. That we treat all Jamaicans the same, regardless of how they speak, regardless of how they dress, regardless of what music they're listening to, regardless of our assessment of their status in life. And that would be public service. That would be customer service. Now, we have been working strategically on changing or making changes in the public service that would deliver or have the opportunity to deliver improved service to customers. And in doing so, there is a recognition that our customers are not only external to the public service, the taxpayer, the citizen, the elderly person, but our customers in the public service are also fellow public officers, i.e. internal customers. And our internal customers are very, very important to the overall functioning of the public service. For that reason, the government has been engaged in a project to deliver shared corporate services whereby services that are common across the public sector, HR, audit, legal, uh, procurement, and others, we can consolidate in a service center where we can increase the level of service to fellow public officers by having a concentration in one geographical space linked by technology, where we provide greater career fulfillment to officers who now, instead of doing procurement for one department in one area, you have the opportunity to do procurement across government. One day you're doing agriculture, next day you're doing health, next day you're doing transportation, provides a broad range of experiences and opportunity for more growth. We've started on that journey with the pilot for the human resource and internal audit functions. And we are seeing the positive impact that it can have. Internal customers who are beginning to receive HR services in shorter time frames and access automated functions. And as that rolls out and becomes, and our vision for it is realized, we're going to see that the delivery of HR services to the public service becomes vastly improved. And we're starting there because we want everyone to understand how important service delivery is. So if you want the public service to deliver good service to the people of Jamaica, then we have to start by delivering good service to the public service, if that makes sense. So we're starting with HR and we're revolutionizing HR. Shared corporate service is one aspect of it, but we're also rolling out an integrated HR and payroll system, My HR Plus, that is in 40 ministries, departments, and agencies. And those who have it already will tell you the vast difference that it makes. For most of the public service, we rely on manual systems where records are manual, and as a result, to apply for leave, it takes days or weeks to have it approved because somebody has to go and check how much you have done, access the file, get the paper, where to get a salary advance. Well, let me not even talk about that one, but to just do very things that would be considered routine in the best private sector companies take a long time because records are all manual. Having My HR Plus, employees can at the click of a button have access to their pay slips. Do you know, getting your pay slip, if you want to go and apply for a loan and you need to produce pay slips or some documentation from your employer, in some aspects of government, getting that can be a tedious pulling teeth process. When we automate with My HR Plus, you go into the menu, you click what you want, you press it, it prints, you get it, done. That's it. And the function of delivering HR service to the internal customer of the public, who is a public servant, will just skyrocket in performance. And so we're very excited about eventually rolling out My HR Plus to all ministry departments and agencies. It will allow the employee to access payroll service functions, of which there are a huge variety, HR functions, of which there are a huge variety, seamlessly from their machine. Not having to go and interface. How am I going to go and tell her no that I want to, I really don't want her to, she's going to ask me why am I applying, why I want pay slip for. I don't want to, no, all of that business is your business. You don't have to go to somebody and ask them what you want these things for. Just go on the computer, go into the menu, click, 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 print, and you're on your way. And things that you have to apply for, you apply online. And that is the government putting its money where its mouth is and improving service delivery to the public service. We're also implementing a project called GovNet, which will provide an underlying platform and secure network for all ministry departments and agencies, providing connectivity to the government's fiber network and enabling the sharing of data across the public service in a more seamless way, and also allowing for online communication and so forth. So GovNet is another example of serving the internal customer, of making sure that all ministries, departments, and agencies have access to this high quality network that will allow you to do your jobs more effectively. So we're beginning, as we reorient the public sector towards a greater awareness, focus, and obsession with the customer, putting the customer in the center of your planning and activity. We're beginning by ensuring that we serve the internal customer that more efficiently, and we're employing technology to allow us to do that. Right? Because digital and remote experiences are here to stay. The challenge is going to be, and that challenge is solved by putting the customer at the center of your considerations. The challenge is going to be to use the technology available to create an experience that's authentic and transparent and easy to use. Because there are many ways of using technology that just completely blunders it, right? It's just not an authentic experience. It's just not transparent, and it's just not easy to use, nor is it pleasant. So by reorienting ourselves and putting the customer in the very center of our thoughts and activities, when we employ and embrace technology, it will allow us to deliver that authentic experience for which the customer is desiring. So I want to, in closing, congratulate you for having a conference today, and to use this opportunity to ask you to spread the message of making the customer the center of your activities. Just take a page out of Jeff Bezos' book and leave that empty chair in your next meeting as a symbol of the customer. And imagine what that customer thinks or would want from the service delivery that you provide. And most importantly, I want us to build a public service where there's no discrimination based on how someone looks, how they wear their hair, how they talk, where you think they are materially. We need to eradicate that from the customer experience. Whether the person is at the airport or at a customs hall to pick up a shipment, or gone to the NHT to get a refund, or gone to get a payment from the PATH office, or to get a certificate from a school, or something from the Ministry of Health, lined up for a vaccine. Regardless of what the service is, we must endeavor to treat everyone the way we would want to be treated ourselves. That is customer service. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon.
Dr. the Honorable Nigel Clark, thank you so very much. Please don't go anywhere, because we have a few questions that we have to ask of you, sir. By the way, very engaging, and I think all of us are going to go back into our offices and our organizations and ask, did you leave that empty chair in the room to represent the customer? And I think that is a good jumping off point. Earlier this morning, we had a conversation with a strategist out of Singapore. And one of the issues that she spoke about was that collaboration between government, and the private sector in terms of developing a customer service index. And I wondered how you view this. How can this be done here in an island like ours, like Jamaica, where we see that collaboration between government and the private sector in developing a customer service index?
I would, speaking about Singapore, one of the things that always that strikes me about Singapore whenever you visit is that they're always soliciting your feedback. Whenever you interact with any area of government, there's always a place for you to indicate whether the service was good, bad, or indifferent. Sometimes very easily, just press a button. Or there's someone who is going to ask you a question. That's how Singapore operates their public service. So what I would advocate for is not a macro index where you lose the essence and you can't, if your score is 3 out of 10 or it's 8 out of 10, you don't understand what to do to improve it from the score. The score doesn't deliver the solution. What I'd advocate is that, like Jeff Bezos did in Amazon, all areas of government, all areas that serve the public, we have the opportunity for the public to provide feedback in easy ways and in ways that can be readily translated into action, right? And maintain that, you're going to call it an index, maintain that at the level of the ministry or the public body and publish it. Yes, no problem with that. But yeah, Singapore definitely stands out in how zealously they solicit feedback from the persons they serve. And, again, is one of Bezos' hallmarks, where ferocious in soliciting feedback from customers. In the public service, you can think, I don't really care what people think. I'm the government. That's not going to get us anywhere. We should always solicit feedback and use it to improve the delivery of services.
I have here from Melody Palmer, very good points, Minister Clark. I can foresee that other cultures may begin to pattern and adopt our service excellence practices that are currently being employed across the public sector. It's not an impossible dream. It's actually closer than we can imagine. But Minister, the question then becomes, what does it take to get us there? Outside of course, acknowledging the customer through the ways that you have suggested, I suspect there's going to be a lot of work to take place on the ground to get that broader message across the society. How do we do that?
Well, it starts right here in this conference, in this room. If everybody in this conference is seized of the value and the benefit and the need, then we will change it overnight. In a democracy, it's the average citizen who counts. In an autocracy, you just need the people at the top to have it right, and you'll be okay. But I don't mean okay as in you like it, but you'll move in a particular direction because it's an autocracy. In a democracy, decision making is distributed. It's diluted. It depends on thousands of people. And so it's not enough for me to kind of speak of that vision. I need you. And by you, I mean everyone in this conference to actually take it up and to make it a part of how you go about life. And we have the power in this room to actually make it a reality, right? That, and I think that's what the Melody is saying in her question, that the power to actually move in this direction lies with us in this room. So you say, what can we do? Well, tomorrow morning you can wake up and in the meeting you're going to have later this week or the meeting you're going to have next week, let's just try to infuse that customer point of view in how we go about things. Let's think about the customer in the press release that we're going to send out, in the information we're going to provide. Let's think about them in the product or the policy that we're designing. And let's think about the multifaceted nature of Jamaica, right? Of the different kinds of people who make up Jamaica, who come from different backgrounds, have different attributes, have different competences. And as long as we begin to think in that way, we will get there. So you ask the question, how are we going to do it? Well, it starts right here in our attitude and in the thought that we bring to what we're doing. And the power lies in this room with you, all of you.
Don't have a lot of other questions, but some quick comments that I want to share with you. From Juliet Miller Buckley, thank you, Honorable Minister, for an insightful and practical presentation. And very good, Minister, from Mariana Banks. Great customer service is always to anticipate what the customer wants and try to meet and exceed that demand. Thank you so very much, Minister, for sharing with us this afternoon. I think we have been very inspired by this presentation. Certainly, I know that what is going to resonate when people get back into their organizations is how much we have to seize the moment, seize the day within our organizations and try to see how we can propel the organizations forward, whether they're public or private sector organizations, through excellent customer service. Before you leave us, we have to invite back Georgette, and earlier, Georgette, I did say that you were senior biochemical analyst with the Ministry of Health, but she's actually senior biochemical analyst with the Ministry of Agriculture. You and I need to talk on another platform, but let us have Georgette in a formal way saying thank you to Minister.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Mackenzie. Truly, I want to say thank you, Minister. What an insightful presentation that was. It is with an attitude of gratitude, ladies and gentlemen, that I express my thanks to the Honorable Minister. Truly, he has reminded all of us that, listen, service delivery does not only lie in the public sector, but it lies where? Everywhere, even in the private sector. We are encouraged, ladies and gentlemen, to be customer focused. Engage our customers, talk to them, show them that we care, that they are really valued. And so doing, we will not only increase our sales, as he mentioned, but also the economy will grow. And truly, ladies and gentlemen, we have to go digital. The fifth industrial revolution is upon us, and the minister has spoken to us. Let us take heed and get digital. Thank you, Minister, for an insightful presentation, and all the best to you. Ladies and gentlemen, you, me, we've got the power of service excellence. Thank you.
Georgette Thompson. Georgette is also a vice president with JaCSA. So what we're having, ladies and gentlemen, clearly is a working lunch. But I still want to give you a few minutes to do whatever it is that you need to do before I'm going to give you 5 minutes to do whatever it is that you need to do. But before we do that, I think it is time for us to do some giveaways. Danny, we haven't done any spin the wheel since we started this day. So I'm hoping that we can go ahead and do that now. So she has the spin the wheel up, and we're going to spin. I don't know what is being given away right now. I'm just kidding. I know what is being given away. Let me tell you what we have to give away this afternoon. We have a book, A.J. Gatton, My Job Sucks. 7 Proven Strategies to Transition from a Job to an Incredible Career that is financially and personally rewarding. Later on, we'll have 1 cell phone, an LG K20, and we also have a 1-hour Dream Builder coaching session with Dr. Nsambe Jaja, and we're going to have presentation from Maxina Tong in just a bit, and she is giving away 1 spot on her Gestalt Leadership Conference coming up in April of 2022. Spin away, Danny. All right, so we say congratulations to Darren Thompson, and Darren Thompson has won that book, 1 book from A.J. Gatton, My Job Sucks, 7 Proven Strategies to Transition from a Job to an Incredible Career that is financially and personally rewarding. And don't we all need that? Believe you me, we need to have that kind of financial independence and to ensure that whatever we're doing, it is personally rewarding as well. I'm not going to give away that cell phone just yet. That is for later. I did give away some cards a little bit earlier on, some credit, some phone credit, and I hear that we had 2 winners. Yes, so that is very, very good. Danny, I'm going to come back to you to spin the wheel in just a second, but let me just do a bit of a scratch off here so that I can make sure that I give away another phone card, another credit, $300 credit. If you have your Digicel phones out, get ready to take this number. We're not charging you to get anything today. We are simply giving it away free, just as we are doing this free so that you can benefit. So no cost to you. We have our sponsors and our partners have ensured that we're able to do this for you. So here we go. 1 1 2 3 4 5 6 5 0 8 1 8 4. That's it. And please let me know if you have won. Drop it in the chat to let me know if you have won. Danny, can we do another spin before we take about 5 minutes and then we move to the next session? All right, so we say congratulations to Antoinette Harvey. And Antoinette, you have won yourself a 1-hour Dream Builder coaching session with none other than Dr. Nsombe Jaja. And trust me, 5 minutes with Dr. Jaja, it will take you a long way. So can you imagine an entire hour? Congratulations to Antoinette Harvey. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do, we are having a working lunch. And that is, of course, to ensure that we are keeping to the time that we have set out here this afternoon. And so I'm going to give you 5 minutes. In that 5 minutes, Danny and Mike are going to bring up some information about the sponsors. Perhaps we'll hear a little bit more about the song that won the competition, and be back with us and ready in that 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And we're good to go. We'll tell you what is coming up after this. You don't want to miss it. All right, so that is the fastest 5 minutes in history, but we are working with that fast 5 minutes. Yes, so quite a bit of activity taking place for this JaCSA conference. It has been so far amazing. I don't know about you, but I continue to learn so much from this experience. And in fact, anytime I engage with JaCSA, I learn so much I don't know what to do with myself. You know, you learn until you don't know what to do with the information. But I tell you one thing I know is that all of the information that we gather here, it can be used both in our personal lives and in our organizations. Whether you're the head of the organization or you're working within the organization, it is very, very critical. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are moving into the next session. Dr. Nsombe Jaja, I don't think needs an introduction. She is just absolutely amazing. She told us yesterday that in November she's going to be 70. I don't know what she's talking about. I think she's effervescent. She's as young as she feels. And certainly she is very motivational and inspirational. And it is my pleasure to welcome her to the stage as she introduces our speaker for this session. Dr. Jaja, over to you.
Thank you so very much, Athia. It is just such a pleasure to be closing out this session. Let me just apologize, folks. My computer just started acting up yesterday for the first time. It's a MacBook Air. It has served me so well. And then all of a sudden in the last 2 days, it started acting up. So I've been trying to load the backstage link for the past 20 minutes and it's still loading. So thank God that we can go back to the cell phone. Sorry for the size of the image, but it is not so much the image that's the important thing, but the message. And before I introduce my sister and my friend and tell you a little bit about her, Maxine Atang, I want to say to that person who won that book, My Job Sucks, 7 Proven Strategies to Move from a Career to a Life of Fulfillment that is personally and financially rewarding. That book was written by my third child, my second daughter, Aziza Jaja. And I said, Ife, why you never use the Jaja name? The Jaja name have some equity, you know, sister. She decided she was going to use her initials and her husband's name. So we just allow her. But just to say that Ife used to be the chief digital director for L'Oreal Americas. One big word. I can't tell you how much figures she used to earn. But that job, having been in corporate for so many years, never really gave her the fulfillment that she wanted. And she had a dream of becoming an entrepreneur. And when L'Oreal closed, as a matter of closed that division, because she was working from home from January, yeah, and she saw the writing on the wall, and she said she wondering how come they kept the staff on for so long. So it wasn't until November of last year that they decided to send the staff home. So she said from January, when she saw the writing on the wall, she started saving aggressively. And Ife was a saver from she was in primary school. So when you hear talking about saving aggressively, you can understand. So that when they finally sent the staff in the Travel Americas, because the travel business had been sadly affected by COVID, by the time they sent the staff home, she did ready, mentally, emotionally, physically, financially. And in her book, she has shared that story, plus a lot of other lessons that she learned growing up with me. Because in her adult years, I also coached her in dream building. And she has used that in such an amazing way. So anybody who won that book, you have gotten a prize. I've read that book. It's easy reading. It's really wonderful and very inspiring. But over to the business at hand. We are here to hear from a lady called Miss Maxine Atang. She comes from Trinidad and Tobago. I met Maxine on the Caribbean Institute of Certified Management Consultants International Consultants Day Forum. I serve on that board, the board of the CIMC. And we had an ICD Day, International Consultants Day, earlier on this year. And Maxine was one of the speakers, actually. 2 speakers were on that, who were on our conference, Dr. Keneal and Maxine Atang. And when we were planning for this conference, I said to my team, we have to get them 2 people there. Nobody knew who they were, but let me tell you, Dr. Atang, Mr. Keneal, Dr. Keneal has really proven that he was a good fit for this conference. This young lady, is going to prove to you that she is a good fit to close out our conference. I had a session with her where she interviewed me on Trinidad and Tobago radio last week. And you know, me is a wannabe Trinidadian. So the whole of my friend them down there calling me and going on about the interview that they heard. One of my friends said, boy, and somebody, if I was a man, I would be tracking you down and chasing you down. I don't know what you mean by that. But it's the quality of the conversations that Maxine is able to engage in with her guests on her radio program. She also has a leadership forum, a leadership conference that she's having in April of next year. And she has decided to give away one spot on that to someone on this conference here. Folks, I don't want to spend no more time introducing Maxine, because she will speak for herself. It is her message that will speak for her, not what people have written down on a CV or on a profile. So as Sandra said this morning, in the true spirit of Jamaica, let us put our hands and our hearts and our heads and our spirits together to welcome this beautiful Caribbean woman who is going to be inspiring us with solid substance. Her name is Maxine Attar. Over to you, my sister.
Thank you, Dr. Jaja, for that introduction. I hope I could live up to all of the things you've said about me. And just to check backstage, are you hearing me okay? Yes, we are. Okay, great. So let me apologize one time because I think sometimes my camera glitches. So if you see it jumping, it's not you, it's probably the screen. So yes, I did meet Dr. Jaja about 2 months ago, and she graciously invited me here. So I'm really happy to be here. I've been listening in on the conference, different pieces, and as has been said by everybody, really rich content. So it really is our honor to be graced on this stage. So I'm going to talk in two ways. I don't have any slides, and I really want it to be as interactive as possible. So what I'll do is I'll talk for about 15 minutes. I'll take a break, and in that break is where I will field some questions. So keep your questions coming. I can't see the questions, so the moderator will definitely select one or two to ask me. And then when the questions die down, or if a question leads into the second part of the conversation, I'll open up the other unit of work, talk about that, and then I'll take questions from the floor in general. So we've been talking about, a lot about the AI, about artificial intelligence, how it's going to change things a lot. COVID-19, for me, I reframe that as a paradigm shift because we all experienced a change in the way that we lived. And so we've been forced to go online, those of us who have been hesitant. And so in that way, it's a huge shift in how we've lived for the past however many years. And these shifts will continue. This is my belief. It is just a beginning of that. But one thing wouldn't change, and what wouldn't change is you and me and our humanity. So with all the talk about AI and all of the models they've had, and they're getting better and better, faster at processing information and mimicking, one thing they haven't had robots doing just yet is the ability to smile. And when I think about customer service, that's what I think about. You go and you have lunch somewhere, or a colleague gives you a document, you go into a meeting, there's a smile. Smile for me is what says that A, I am happy, and B, I am happy to serve you, or C, I am happy to receive a service from you. And a smile is a very special thing. Did you know that someone can actually hear over the phone if you're smiling or not? Did you know that you can detect a smile from 300 miles away? Yeah, it's that powerful. And smiles are infectious. When somebody smiles at you, your brain tells your mouth to simulate a smile while your brain is trying to process, what does that smile mean? So in that way, we could travel throughout the world and smile at people, and we're guaranteed to get smiles back. Smiles have no cultural differences. And women, we smile at least 72 times a day. Men, you have some work to do, only 8. So a smile is a really important thing. And if you're worried about wrinkles, smile more than you frown. People who smile, they are approachable. People want to get to know them. When you see a picture of someone smiling, that is more attractive than anything else in the frame. So smile is an important thing. And a little bit about me is that I love words. And what my brain does is that if I'm attending a meeting and I'm listening, I don't doodle. I take words and I break them down into smaller words. That's just the way my brain works. So when I look at the word smile, I start to process it. Miles, there aren't many. There's me. Not many words there. There's lie, lies. Those aren't good words, right? But what I found really interesting when my brain was analyzing smile is that in smile, there are two versions of me. There's the I, which is I, and the ME. And so my brain keeps rearranging it and says, okay, well, Maxine, what does that mean to you? And then I landed on it. A smile for me means I offer me in service and love. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. The I, the me, the service, and the love. So let's start with the I. Of course, there's the I and I, right? So who am I? I think that's a fundamental question for all of us to answer. And a really, really important question because the answer will determine how you show up. What do you believe about yourself so that when you show up for someone else in service, what do you show up as? Who do you show up as? And a really, really easy way for you to answer that question if you've never considered it is just think about it. We are at the JaCSA conference 2021. Just imagine that you're at that conference in 2022, at this conference in 2022, and Dr. Jaja and the team has said, you know what, you win a prize. And as they go around your life, they're talking to people who knew you from school, they're talking to people who know you now, they're talking to people in your community, in your church, maybe on your professional association. What are the words that you want to hear those people say about you? And if you can, just jot down a few of those words, because those words are what will be used to introduce you when you win this prize. So Maxine Atong is a risk taker. Maxine Atong is brave. Maxine Atong is kind. What are the words that you want to hear said about you? And those words that you write down, that answers the question, who am I? So when you come to the table in service, the I who's offering something, anything, that is the I that is presented there. So who are you? And the funny thing is that I'm sure when you write down those words, the word rich doesn't appear there. The word pretty or handsome or buffed doesn't appear there. The word unpleasant, disrespectful, rude, insolent, impudent, those words don't appear there. And there's a reason why those words don't appear there. Because when we think about ourselves in the way that we want others to see us, we always come from our highest self. And that brings me to the other part of who am I? There is a reason why each of us showed up here today. There is a reason why I said yes to that Caribbean Management Conference. There is a reason why I asked Dr. Jaja to appear with me on radio last week. And there's a reason why I'm here today with you. And there's a reason you're sitting in that chair. I have survived a car crash, a major one where everyone thought I'd be dead. And I'm sure if you look at your story, you have survived several things. And the reason that you are alive today is because you're here for a purpose. So what is your purpose? And that purpose, again, determines how you show up. So for me, my purpose is really simple. My purpose is to assist others to connect with their highest self. And with coming from that purpose, it is very easy for me to do what I need to do to serve others. And I remind myself of that purpose in many, many ways throughout every single day. And so when we connect with the purpose, the reason why we are here, when we know who we are, it's really, really easy for us to show up in service to others. It doesn't matter what training course you did. It doesn't matter whether you could use Zoom or not. It doesn't matter if there are 10 robots. They can't do what you do, and they cannot live the purpose that you are here for. So the I, very, very important. Who am I? And what is my purpose. And when we live the truth of who we are and what our purpose is, we bring that to the table each every day. And this is a question that sometimes my clients struggle with. You find that the psychology of humans is that the older we get, the more concerned we are about legacy. So people in their late 40s and their 50s, 60s and on, they all ask the question, what is my legacy? And therefore purpose becomes very important. And so when I work with clients and they're developing and delving into what that question, what is my purpose? Two things always happen. A purpose is never about the individual, and it always has an element of serving. The purpose taps into your higher self. It's really funny. I've never had a client who said, Maxine, my purpose is to be a vagrant. My purpose is to be affluent. My purpose is to have 10 cars. It just doesn't happen. So I can only conclude from that when we are operating from our higher self, customer service, serving others comes naturally. It's also really important for the experiences we have. And a very simple way of checking is this experience in alignment with my purpose? Are the thoughts I'm having, the words I'm saying, the way that I'm treating these people, the way I'm showing up for other people, is it in alignment with my purpose? If it's not, then you know what to do. If it is, keep on going. And so that's the I, and the I offer me. And then what is me about? Well, you know, my mom is an English teacher, so I know that me is a subjective case. The objective case. And therefore, me is always followed by, it either follows the verb or it follows a proposition. So it's like, he served me, she did something to me, he offered me something, she ran an idea by me. So me is always the object, something is being done to. And I find that very interesting in terms of playing with this idea about customer service and the me. So I'll tell you a story and why. I'll tell you a story and explain what that story holds for me. So this was just a story, i.e. it's make believe with some elements with a lot of elements of truth in it, but you know, it could be anybody. So it's 5 o'clock in the evening and a small child is getting agitated. He's at home, he has been home whole day, and he wants to see his mom. So he hears someone opening the gate and he gets totally excited. So he opens the front door and he runs down the path to the gate. His mom has come home, so he's totally excited. Mom is coming home, she's on her way home, and she's thinking, when I go home this evening, I'm really, really exhausted. You know what? I don't want to cook. So she's juggling her money for the week, and she says, okay, well, I just have about $50 to spare. So I'm gonna buy dinner for this evening. I'm gonna pick up some fried chicken, really easy, and some fries, and we'll share that when we get home. So mom is opening that gate, and she has a lot of stuff in her hands. She has her purse, she has her bag on her laptop. So she's really holding onto this box of food very precariously. Switch frames. Young boy sees mom and he rushes to mom and he hugs her tightly around her knees. Mom, you're home, and he's super excited. Switch frames. Mom, feeling something around her knees, buckles, and the food drops. She's horrified. Young boy sees the food dropping in slow motion because he's at his mom's knees, so he's looking up at her, and he sees fried chicken falling out of the box. He smells the fried chicken, and as he follows the arc of the chicken, it lands in a puddle of water. Mom is horrified. Mom slaps him. How could you? You have ruined dinner. Go inside now. There'll be nothing for you to eat tonight. Boy returns inside, totally dejected. See that boy 20 years later, when he's 25, he's telling others. Other people are saying, oh, we're going to buy food tonight. You want chicken? He's like, oh, definitely not. Fried chicken is totally unhealthy. Just the smell of it makes me sick. I don't ever eat that. And I tell that story because for all of us, something happened to me, for all of us. And there are many decisions that we make as adults that we think are coming from all sorts of places. It's healthy, people like me, we don't do that. People like them, they do those things. A lot of assumptions about the way that we live, the things that are below us, the things that are above us, those are all parts of me. And because something was done to us, we have to ask ourselves the question, is that really me? What thoughts, what actions, what attitudes, what behaviors are we really carrying forward based on what our parents told us, our teachers told us, people who we love, what people have said about people who look like us? Exactly where is the boundary that really allows the true I, the true me to stand? So if you're like that little boy who's now a big man at 25 saying, I detest the smell of fried chicken, and he never examined exactly why, then how can you show up when people who are totally different from you, people who you've heard about since you were knee-high, experiences that happen to you, if these are not examined, how can you know who you are and what makes you tick? And so I'll close and open for statements or questions, just reminding you about Socrates. An unexamined life is not worth living. So who am I? What is my purpose? Who is this me who is making all of these ideas, decisions, attitudes, and behaviors? I offer me. What are you really offering? So I'll stop there, take questions and comments from the floor, and then I'll reboot.
Okay. All right, so we thank, of course, Maxine Tong for her wonderful presentation. And we're going to move into the question and answer session. We are not able to have Dr. Jaja take those questions because, of course, she's using a different device that doesn't allow her to see the questions coming in. Now, if you have questions, we certainly want to have those questions being sent into the chat room. In the meantime, let me also remind you that we have the poll to do at the end of the session. So line up yourself for that. And also, we want you to visit the expo because we have the exhibitors online. And so we also wanted to do a lot of networking. And so we're going to bring Dr. Jaja back on stage. So she's going to join us. Dr. Jaja.
Yes, I am. Thank you. Thank you. Maxine isn't done yet, Remember, she said she was just going to take a break, have some questions, and then she comes back to close off. Now, one of the things that Maxine's been talking about is absolutely essential. She talks about how do we show up each day. Remember, in one of my sessions, I said our to-be list is going to be one of the most important things when we step out each day. And as we speak to ourselves about our to-be, when we make our to-do list and that to-do list gets thrown out because of a telephone call or somebody bad drives you on the road and you have an accident, how are you going to be? Because a lot of us show up at work bent out of shape because of something that happened to me. And so, Maxine, we show up in the office, bent out of shape, and carry that kind of energy to our team members and also to our customers. So the question I want to ask you is, how do we rise above what is done to me, what happens to me, so that I can maintain my peace and my calm and be able to deal with people I have the privilege of interacting with, both my team members and my customers, from my highest self?
That's an absolute important question, Dr. Jaja. And I believe that we need to take responsibility. I mean, we're adults, and we need to take responsibility for the fact that as adults, we can give ourselves a clean slate. But to give ourselves a clean slate, we need to clean up what has happened. So understand the story. There's no shame in it. It is what happened to you. For a lot of us as kids, we weren't encouraged to cry or rage because we didn't have the power to do so. We can do that now as adults, and we can clean up the emotional stuff, because it really is about emotions being trapped, to release ourselves, to go forward in a way that we can serve others. As Caribbean people, I refer to us very often as talking heads, because this is the part of our whole system that is very well developed. We are very bright. We have done a lot of academic work. As some of us take care of our souls in that we attend church, which is not to be confused with spirituality. And for most of us, our spirituality and our heart work, that's the areas that we have not worked on. So that's the area that nobody teaches us what to do and how to do it. And that's the area that really needs to be cleaned up to release us to be our most powerful selves. So
Awesome.
how you can do it, yeah.
Thank you, Maxine. And for me, that's work that I have had to be doing on myself for the last 30 years, because I was one of the most negative persons you could ever come across. The slightest thing that happened to me, I react to it in the same way that it happened to me. And therefore, I come across as being negative, belligerent, bad attitude, all of those kinds of stuff. And then guess what, Maxine? I was so stupid and unintelligent and emotionally illiterate in those days that I justified it. Can you imagine?
Yes.
So
And
those years, I really have been working on myself.
Yeah, and that's the call. The call is for all of us to work on ourselves. Because can you imagine dealing with customers who come in all varieties and not having dealt or resolved your issues?
Yes. Yeah. There's an affirmation. One second, Althea. There's an affirmation that I'd just like to share with the entire audience that is very useful for helping you to diffuse whatever negative energy and emotions you're feeling at any moment in time. It's an affirmation I learned in yoga class decades ago, and it says, I'm at peace with myself, I am at peace with God, I am at peace with my brothers and my sisters in this huge unlimited family of humankind. And the first time I say it, if I'm bent out of shape, I feel no peace at all. But you see, as I continue to affirm and reaffirm and reaffirm and reaffirm, there is a peace that washes over me that is unbelievable. I would suggest that you affirm that. Althea, so sorry.
No, that's all right. I just wondered, Maxine, so many of us have had to be working from home, and we're having to balance working from home with taking care of the family. Everybody is at home now. And I wonder how we find the kind of balance that will help us to still engage with our customers in a good way, even while we're dealing with both the pressures of work at home and the pressures of home at home during our work time.
Yeah, that's a brilliant question, because it has been difficult for all of us. And we all know that because we retreated the office home, our homes are not our homes anymore. And so we need to create space and define boundaries within our home. So I know some people would move around their laptops to be comfortable. I would suggest have a designated area as your work area. Even if it's one chair, one part of your dining table, that is it. Because as you move around your laptop for your comfort, guess what? What you're really doing is encroaching work into more of your home. So get a space and start the day doing something for yourself, just for you. So that cup of tea, when you're having it in the morning, as you have that cup of tea and you're sipping it, say, you know what, this is for me today. Because we have to carve out times where it's just about us. Because if we don't feed us, guess what? Nobody else is going to do that. So we got to find little ways. I mean, if you're prayerful and you have a shrine, go to prayer, do your meditation, exercise. I mean, that's what I do on morning. I have a routine. I write every morning, just do a dump, an emotional dump. I meditate every morning and I exercise every morning, right in one space in my home. So it doesn't take a lot of space, but we have to do the things that ground us. So the question about grounding. So Althea, if it's okay, I could go on and then we could chat some more after. Yeah. So I offer me service and love. So we're on to service because we spoke about the I and the me, and the service is really important. And I think this is what this entire conversation for the 2 days has been about. And so I want to reframe service a little bit. And I want you to consider that service, that when you're in service, it really is a relationship that you've built. It could be a long-term relationship. So in my office, if you work with 2 or 3 people for more than 3 years, so that's a long-term relationship. You understand each other and you give service to each other in the way that you like it because you know each other. Someone who comes to you one time, whether you're selling a product or a service, that's a short-term relationship. And then some people are just a one-time thing. They'll never come back. You'll never see them again. So in relationships, what most of us fail to recognize is that relationships are about exchange. I give you something, and therefore I receive something from you. And in this exchange, we want there to be equity. We want it to be equitable. So somebody give you $5 of product, you give them $5 in exchange. So $5, they could probably buy me a piece of candy, so I get that in exchange. But beyond that, because that's what the AI will be able to do, right? We have vending machines in the old format. Now a bartender could be an AI. So forget the product and service. What are we bringing to the table? What are we exchanging? And so one of the things I think that we can exchange in that moment is attention. Our 100% attention in moment by moment. And I know a lot of professional people pride themselves on the ability to multitask. But guess what? When you're multitasking, your attention is distributed. And a customer does not want your distributed attention. And I'm sure it's happened to you before. You call somebody, they answer the phone, and they're talking to you, you're asking them a question, and you can hear click, clickety, clack, clack. And sometimes there are lapses, like about 3 seconds lap before they answer you because their attention is not on you. So how does that feel? So I'm going to show you a method to bring your attention right now to this moment. And when we think of our lives as a series of moments, we can use this anytime your attention is not there. So let's check in with ourselves and see where your attention is. Just imagine that you have 100% attention. What percentage of your attention is thinking about the things you have to do tomorrow? What percentage of your attention is thinking about, well, after this conference, I will? What percentage of your attention is thinking, oh my God, I'm fed up hearing Maxine, I want to hear the next speaker? Yeah? So wherever your attention is, pay attention to that. Identify it by saying a percentage. So in this moment, I'm 100% here with you. You get my full attention for me to deliver this. What attention are you bringing in this moment? So now that you've identified that your attention is kind of divided, I want you to bring all those pieces deliberately into this moment. So the piece that is thinking about a report, snatch it and bring it here. The pieces that is wondering, after this, I will bring it here. Bring all of them into this moment. Invite them in, bring them in, so that you can be 100% focused at this moment. And next time you're serving a customer, next time you're answering the phone, next time you're delivering a conversation, next time you're thinking about anything to deal with someone else, bring all of your attention into that moment as the thing that you will exchange. And that changes the quality of our exchange. That is what service is. You want to be sitting, you don't want to be sitting at a bar ordering a drink and the bartender is not paying you attention. I'm sure that happened to you before. You don't want to be at a restaurant sitting down for 20 minutes and the service passing up and down and nobody is paying you attention. You don't want to be in a meeting where you keep saying the same thing over and over and everybody jumps over you and nobody's taking you on. That's because they weren't giving you attention. So if you're a multitasker, great. And when you're dealing with people, what would it be like if you brought all of your attention to give service? Because that's what we want. We know that we can spend our $5 anywhere. We could order it online. We could go Trinidad and get a service. We could go to Jamaica. We could go anywhere. But what you get to give, which nobody else gives, is that exchange of my undivided attention. And attention changes things. When I work as a coach, all my clients want sometimes is my attention. Just a look that says, you are okay, I've got you. When I facilitate sessions, that's what people want. They want someone who's paying attention and tracking the conversation so that they could just talk and they don't have to pay attention. So what does your client want from you? They want your attention. It may look different in different settings. So that's the service, a reminder that it is a relationship that you have when you are in service with someone and they want your attention. Which brings us to the love, right? Which is like the best part. So I offer me in service and love. So what does love feel like? I mean, I'm sure you've been in love, right? That kind of head rush feeling, really excited, butterflies in the stomach whenever you see the person. Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm definitely not talking about that. I don't know if you want your customers to feel that way. I don't. That could lead to severe problems. So let's talk about different type of love I'm talking about today. So let me see if I could invite you in a little bit more. You remember the time when you were sad and really, really angry, or just angry about something, or just hurt about something, and a friend of yours came and you were able to say, this is what happened, and you vented and you cried and you raged, and that person was just there for you, sitting, being a container for your emotions while you spill them all over the place. And at the end of it, you felt seen and heard. Yeah, you ever had that experience? I've had several times. So that is what we call empathy. You received empathy in that moment. Your friend walked in your shoes with you and saw things from your point of view and understood where your emotions were coming from. Or what about the other time when you were really sad, really angry, or very hurt about a situation, and you were sort of keeping by yourself, and somebody comes to you and they just give you a hug. And when they give you that hug, you felt just like all the emotions leave your body. You felt relieved. You felt like you could start again. Well, that hug, you know what? That was compassion. That's you receiving compassion. And I want you to invite you to do this exercise with me so that we can bring up another feeling. So I want you to plant your feet firmly on the ground. Just make sure your back is straight. And just pay attention to your breathing, i.e. bring your attention, 100% of it, to your breathing. And as you're sitting there, if you wish to close your eyes, you can. I want you to think about a time when you were really, really, really happy. Yeah. It could be whatever the event was. It could have been a birthday party. It could have been a trip you took. It could have been seeing whales for the first time. It could have been holding your baby in your arms for the first time. It could have been getting married, whatever it was. Just think about it. And just remember all the people who were with you in that moment, or you could have been alone. Just remember all of the things that you were smelling at that point in time, all the sounds that were around you. Yeah. And as you remember, smile and let the feeling you feel come up for you. That feeling is called joy, and joy is love. It could be called happiness, it could be called ebullience. But that feeling there is that feeling of love. So 3 expressions of love. Love can be empathy, it can be compassion, it can be joy. And so when we interact with customers, which of those 3 ranges are we playing within? What are we offering people in that moment? Because we know that people don't remember what we say. People remember how we make them feel. So how do you want people to feel when they leave you as a customer, internal or external? Do they need compassion in that moment? Do you need to see and hear them and let them know that they're being seen and heard? Do they need you to be empathetic? Do they need your compassion where they feel a relief when they have dealt with you because things are going to be okay, even if the problem is not solved? Or do they need to leave you with that expression, feeling of joy that, my God, this interaction, this attention that I received, this service was just amazing. So I offer me in service and in love. And I think that, for me, the question of love is really, really playing on my mind and has been for most of 2021. This idea of loving myself, loving other people. Because a lot of us, the self-love is the evasive part. A lot of us, we grow up hearing, I give 110%, I give VAT, I give cost plus VAT. And the reality is we cannot give 100% because then we'll have nothing left for us. And then those people who are biblical, they tend to say, my cup runneth over, but our cup needs to fill up before we can run over, if not be giving people from our cup. And so the idea of love and self-love is really, really relevant for me. And I started saying why in COVID it's so relevant, because we all had a hard time. I had a really hard time in 2020, lockdown, first time in my life, my activities curtailed, my movement, my freedom, my independence, all the things that I pride myself on. And I had to get through it. And how did I get through it? I got through it by reaching out to my friends, reaching out to my family members, by staying connected to people and asking people to stay connected to me. And so when I think about customer service, the smile for me is a symbol of customer service. And when I think about smiling, I think about I offer me in service and love. So I'll take some questions from the floor or comments from the floor if there are any.
There are a number of comments. I see Dr. Claire Nelson here saying we can choose our response at any moment, so we are upset. Affirm to yourself, I have a right to my upset. Then you choose your response as if this was your last breath. What would you choose to do? Dr. Jaja?
I love that.
Yes, I'm here. I would love for Maxine to answer that one.
No,
Yes.
I absolutely agree. We can't control other people. We only have control of ourselves. So, and it's really, I love that statement because we, our emotions are important. And if you're angry, it is okay to say, I am angry, I'm upset. What is not okay for us to act out in anger. So it's very okay to say, I'm really agitated right now. I'm really angry right now. It's not okay for us to throw things across the room in our anger. And I think a lot of us, because we have not been taught to express our emotions, that's why we end up throwing things, because it's the last straw that breaks the camel's back. And definitely we get to choose. And if we go back to if we go back to the answer to the question, who am I? It almost doesn't become a choice, because will acting another way than who you are really serve you? It doesn't. So the choice has been made when you answer the question, I am X, Y, and Z. And it is written in many texts in different ways that I am are the two most powerful words in the English language.
Absolutely.
And the words that follow them, you get to choose those. And most times, most people choose positive words. I've not encountered anybody who, when they sit and think of their higher self, uses negative language to describe themselves.
But you know what is interesting, Maxine, is that when we are speaking that way, we don't always are operating from our highest selves. So one of the things I hear people say when I say, how are you? Not too bad. Hello? Come on. Are you breathing? Are you hearing? Are you seeing? Are you standing upright? Did you sleep on a bed? Did you sleep under a roof last night? Do you have a job? Are your organs working in perfect alignment with each other? What do you mean not too bad? You are great. And people say, but if me not feel great, me can't say, well, I'm saying you are great. It doesn't matter what you feel, but these are the facts as it relates to you. Your heart is beating, your eyes are working, you are in a job, you had a meal this morning, you are able to move around. Those are things that make you great. And in a lot of cases, you're not even helping yourself. and your organs to be working in perfect alignment, for the air to be going through your lungs and oxygenating your blood, and for your blood to be circulating around your body and all of those kinds of stuff. Folks, we need to choose the words that we use when we say I am. And one of the things that I'd like each of you to do is, before you go to bed tonight, listen to the podcast by Joel Osteen, The Power of I Am, because he says my I am is your sacred name, and anything that follows the I am is going to run you down. It is going to chase you, it is going to catch you, it's going to hug you up, and it's going to stick onto you like leech. What do you want to chase you? What do you want to catch you? What do you want to hug you up? So if that's what, if you want a not bad, me poor, broke, all of those things, if that's what you want to run you down and catch you, please go ahead. But is it true? I have learned.
Are there any more questions for me before we wrap up?
There are a couple of comments.
Okay.
I don't know if you want me to go ahead and share that.
Go ahead and share them.
All right. So I have Raquel Williams here, who says many persons truly do not understand that our prejudices affect good customer service, as we generally project how we feel about ourselves onto others. So we really need to know who we are. Your thoughts?
And I think the minister referred to that as well when he was talking about they don't listen to the type of music that you listen to. They might look the way that you look. They mightn't be educated like you are. I think he was referring to that as well. So yeah, that's really true.
All right. And I have one more here from Angela Williams, who says affirmation is very important for self-development. I had to work on me also to cultivate this kind of behavior in order to unlearn the negatives. And there are so many of us, I think, Maxine and Dr. JaCSA, that are unlearning the negatives.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that's what Dr. JaCSA was referring to in terms of, when she spoke about 30 years that she's been on this journey. Yeah. Yeah. And I would join you on that journey, Dr. JaCSA, because it's constant work. It's constant work.
It is.
But I don't think we could talk about customer service if we don't talk about me.
The self. Self. And Maxine, I was really happy to hear you say you do your meditation first thing in the morning, because you have to set your frame, and that frame will determine how you step out. But you also do your exercise, which is important. And one of the things that I would like to encourage everyone to do, as you said earlier on, Maxine, take some me time. Because if you don't take care of number one, it's going to be very difficult for you to take care of anybody else. And as my friend Alvin Day said, he said, when you're on the aircraft and they say, in the case of emergency, the oxygen mask will appear. Put your mask on first before you attempt to help anybody else. Ladies and gentlemen, take care of number one. And it is not being selfish. And when you rest, rest without guilt. Because many of us, when we go to rest, we'd sit down for a little while, drinking a little sip, and just cock up our foot, as we say in Jamaica. And then we say, and somebody, oh, you cannot sit down and cock up your foot. So you have this to do, you have that to do, you have that. So I'm resting, but I'm not resting without guilt. And as a result of that, I don't get the rest, the value of the rest. Folks, rest without guilt. And there is a lot that is written in terms of books and articles on rest without guilt. It's important that we do that for us so that we can serve each other with excellence.
All right. And I think we can pick up now, Maxine.
Yes. So in closing, what I would say is COVID-19 is not over. But the lessons for me from COVID-19 is really, really, really exactly what I shared today. I offer me in service and love. More than ever, as the world shrinks, and it has shrunk, we saw that COVID-19 hit our shores in 3 months, whereas if you track the other diseases like SARS, Ebola, some of them did not reach our shores. So what does that tell you? It tells you that the world is more volatile, it's more dynamic, it's more complex than it's ever been before. And as the AI comes and as the technology quickens and we get to 5.0 industrial revolution, some of us will be threatened. We're going to think that we're marginalized. But how cool is it for us to be able to release those technical jobs and really return to who we are and what we were here to do? We are not here to just do a job. You know, we spend a lot of time in it, yes. We're really here to connect with each other. And how can you connect with me if you don't know who you are? How can I connect with you and say, I'm doing this and bringing out a talk today if I am not speaking from my purpose? So when I think about customer service and I think about a smile, I know that I offer me in service and love. Showing up today is not about, for me, it's not just about JaCSA. It's not about a relationship building. Those are parts of it. Showing up today and choosing my topic and speaking from the way I'm speaking, it is in alignment with my purpose. My purpose is to help you and anybody else to connect with their highest self. And that's what I hope that I did today. Just when you think about customer service, it's not the other person. It is about you. You offering you in service and love, just as I show up here today with a smile, offering me in service and love. Thank you so much.
Wow, 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 wow. What a fitting presentation as the final presentation before we close out with the vote of thanks for our conference. Maxine, you have pulled it all together from the beginning all the way through to the last, the penultimate presentation that Minister made before you came on. You have encapsulated all the nuggets from the various presentations into one and shared it with us so that we can now take that, hold that, reflect on that, and let that take us all to our highest self. So thank you for reminding us how important it is that we operate from our highest self. Who am I? And how do I language that who am I? What has been done to me? How do I respond to what has been done to me? And operate from my highest self. And to do that with a smile. A smile is a gift first to yourself and then to the world. It is so powerful. And then to deliver all that we do, first to ourselves with love, to our families with love, to our team members in the organizations we serve with love, to our communities with love, to our customers with love, and to everyone we are privileged to interact with love. A powerful, powerful, powerful presentation, Maxine. I am so grateful that you said yes when I reached out to you, and I'm so grateful that you showed up with your highest self, Maxine, to communicate with us to our highest selves so we can connect with you in the way you have. Thank you so very much. That was amazing.
Thank you, Dr. Jaja, and thanks, Althea.
You are most welcome. And before you run off, I want to do the spin the wheel. So we do that giveaway from Maxine Tong. One spot on her Gestalt Leadership Conference coming up in April of 2022. Danny, can you spin that wheel for us, please? All right, so we say congratulations to Dwayne Goodison. And Dwayne Goodison has won for himself one spot on Maxine Tong's Leadership Conference coming up in April of 2022. And I'm certain that Maxine will provide information to the JaCSA team on exactly how it is that Dwayne can get that. But thank you very much, Dr. Jaja. Thank you very much, Maxine. Before I move to Sandra Bodner-Reed, Board Director with JaCSA, I really want to do, we have a couple of other giveaways. I don't want to go back home with anything at all. I want to make sure that I am giving away as much as I can. And I think I have one other phone card, do we? Dwayne is telling me that we have about 3. I'm giving away all of them before we get out of here this afternoon. Dwayne, go ahead and scratch off those because that is how we're going to do this. Let me give one now. Sandra Bodner-Reed is sharpening up to come and tell you thank you for just being a part of this amazing experience that we've had. And so get out your digital phones. We have a couple of phone cards to give away when it's 3, so it's not a couple. And then we're going to give away that phone before we get out of here. All right, so this is the number, 847-3889-57977. I'm going to put on my glasses because I want to make sure that I have read it correctly. And boy, what a big difference. 847-3889-57977. All right, so we have that right. And I have 2 more to go. 2 more to go. So get out those phones again. If you didn't get that last one, now is your chance. Didn't have your phone in hand, make sure you have it ready now. This one, 1-811-5284-9434. And then I have one last one to go. $300 in digital phone credit. 1-239-7461-7185. So that's the last phone card. And then now for that giveaway, the giveaway of that LG K20 phone. And I can hear Danny getting the spinning wheel ready because she's going to spin. I don't know who is going to win this phone. It could be any one of us out here. Dwayne told me that I'm eligible. Dwayne, is that so? He's here gritting off his head. All right, go ahead and spin away, Danny. And so the winner of the LG K20 phone is Chantal Pennant. Chantal Pennant. Is Chantal online? Is Chantal online? Can Chantal drop us a note to say that she's online? I was told that whoever won this would have to be in the session at the time when it is being given away. I should have said that first, shouldn't I? Right? All right, so, okay, so I need to get a sense of whether or not Chantal is online. Not seeing her online. Danny, that means we have to go again. So we'll go again until we find somebody who is actually online at this point in time. Spin away, Danny. All right. Is this Kadeen Gale? And Kadeen Gale. Is Kadeen online? Danny is going to tell us in just a minute. If Kadeen is not on Gale online, Kadeen is not on Gale. If Kadeen is not online, then we have to go again. Not seeing her. I'm so sorry about that. There are people who know her, but that's not going to work. We can't take that. We can't take people who know people. Let us go ahead again and spin, Danny. Let us try this again. All right, so Lasagna Thompson. Are we seeing Lasagna online? All right, let us see whether or not Lasagna Thompson is online. Danny and Mike, they're doing that check. Not seeing her. Are we going to keep this for the next JaCSA conference? What should we do with this LG K20 phone? We are going to do one more. We're an equal opportunity organization, so we're going to try to do it one more time. Go ahead again, Danny. We will want to give away this. Is Alicia Clark online? If Alicia Clark is online, then she has won this phone. If Alicia is not online, we're gonna keep the phone. No, Danny says. No, Danny says. So, I no, we can't give away the phone to any member of the JaCSA team. All right, we're gonna keep spinning. Let us keep spinning. Go ahead, Danny. Itisha Fingletter. Is Itisha online? Is Itisha online? I hear that we're to keep spinning, because we're trying to find the winner. We're trying to find this winner for the LG K20 phone. So Danny's gonna tell me if Itisha is online. Spin again, Danny, spin away. The next person that we're calling is Kelly Ann Stewart. Is Kelly Ann Stewart with us? Is Kelly Ann Stewart with us? Going once, going twice. No, so we're gone. We're gone. We're gone again. Let us try this again. We're gonna try this one more time. One more time. One more time. The wheel is tired. All right. My fingers are crossed. My toes are crossed. And I hear we have a winner. Trisha Atkinson. Is Trisha online? Oh! Trisha is online! Congratulations to Trisha Atkinson, who has won for herself. You see, persistence, that is exactly what we need. Trisha has won for herself. Trisha Atkinson, congratulations to you. You get to take home with you the LG K20 phone. And of course, Dwayne or another member of the JaCSA team will reach out to you to tell you how and when you can collect your prize. Thank you so very much, Danny. Great job spinning that wheel. I couldn't have done that the way that you did. It was done so efficiently. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we just have a few items to get through before we bid you adieu. We are going to, first of all, tell our sponsors thanks once again, because it is important. I know that Sandra Borden-Reed has a wonderful thank you coming up, but for my part, let me just say thank you to the Office of the Cabinet, RJ Arglina Communications Group, British Caribbean Insurance Company, BCIC, Sagicor Group, Jamaica National, National Commercial Bank, National Housing Trust, Victoria Mutual Group, the Tourism Enhancement Fund, Guardian General Insurance Limited, Carimed Group Limited, Guardian Life Limited, Restaurant Associates Limited, operators of Burger King, Popeyes, and Little Caesars, Jamaica, Tasty Jamaica Limited, the private sector organization of Jamaica, Cariflow Innovations Limited, the Jamaica Cultural Development Commission, JCDC, Quartz Jamaica, the Jamaica Manufacturers and Exporters Association, JMEA, the Maitland Hospital, Caricode, Sagient Management Systems, BDMS Solution, and Jamaica News Network, JNN. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be turning you over to Mrs. Sandra Borden-Reed. She's a JaCSA director. She is Senior Manager, Customer Care and Engagement with Heart NSTA Trust. Sandra?
Yes, well, once again, my task today is simple, but a privileged one, admittedly, to formally close out the conference by extending the vote of thanks to all who have collectively made this two-day Service Excellence Conference the success it has indeed been. The curtains are formally coming down on this, our 18th, yes, you heard right, 17 plus 1, 18th staging of the annual JaCSA Service Excellence Conference. We've hosted hundreds of participants. In fact, it has been our biggest conference to date. Yes, ma'am. God is indeed good. With divine prudence and defiance, we have squared our shoulders and stared down the COVID pandemic in coordinating this conference. We're thankful for this opportunity to focus our energies on the all-important matter of service excellence. We all tend to focus on streamlining service delivery standards
in our respective entities. However, a forum of this nature facilitates a very necessary, more broad-based focus on the issue of service excellence. It facilitates us highlighting service delivery issues at a national level and addressing them appropriately. On behalf of JaCSA and our conference partner, the Office of the Cabinet, Public Sector Transformation and Modernization Division, we convey our hearty thanks to all who played a role in organizing this conference. Where, oh where, would we be without our sponsors? And you heard Althea listing them. I don't know if I should do that yet again, but they made it, literally, they made it possible. The RJR Communications Group, Jane Group, Sagicor, NCB, NHT, Victoria Mutual, BCIC, TEF, Guardian Life and Guardian General, Carimed Group, Burger King and Tasty. And what of our able partners? You've heard me mention the Office of the Cabinet. There's also CariFlow, oh my goodness, with the Hopin event platform. That team has been, awesome. There is PSOJ, BDMS, JCDC, Courts Jamaica, CARICO, JMEA, and Sagent Management Systems. Our presenters, of course, who gave us numerous empowering takeaways. Admittedly, much was said, and we need to build on this and move past the mere talk. The energetic songbird MC in the person of Althea McKenzie. And of course, you, yes, you, the engaged conference participants. You've stayed with us to the very end, and we acknowledge your presence. Of course, too, I must say a big thank you to the diligent and tireless organizing committee and team that has worked to put this together. My word, many nights, many days. JaCSA affirms that this year's conference theme, you, me, we've got the power, says it all. We must use the resources and the power to which we have access to tackle the issues on the individual, the business, and the societal level. We thank you all. It's all love. Goodbye, everyone. Next year, hope we'll be COVID-free.
All right, thank you so very much, Sandra Borden-Reed. We just want to encourage you to go into the expo because that is still up. You must also do the poll. We won't know exactly what went on this day if you do not do the poll. And so the expo goes up until 4:30. And I see Dr. Nsombe Jaja sharing that you are the absolute best team to work with. Our participants made it possible. Our speakers were aligned. Blessings in overflow. Everyone smile and give service with love. I am going to leave something that Ramnath says. It's very familiar, but I think we need to underscore. If you think you're beaten, you are. If you think you dare not, you don't. If you like to win but you think you can't, it is almost certain you won't. If you think you lose, you're lost. For out of the world we find success begins with a fellow's will. It's all in the state of mind. If you think you're outclassed, you are. You've got to think high to rise. You've got to be sure of yourself before you can ever win a prize. Life's battle don't always go to the stronger or faster man, but sooner or later, the man who wins is the man who thinks he can. God bless you all. Until next year, join us once again. We don't know what format it's going to take, but one thing we tell you, we'll be here next year with another JaCSA conference, and we're looking forward to Conference 19. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Make sure you do the poll. Make sure you go and visit the expo.
Offering customers that unforgettable experience has always been a passion of mine, and I was searching for a way to make that difference in the industry in Jamaica. In 2003, a friend invited me to a meeting at the Jamaica Customer Service Association, and immediately I found that niche that shared my own vision of delighting customers beyond their expectations. So I became a member of the association, where I was able to serve in key areas, network with other professionals, and take on leadership roles. As a bonus, I was able to market my own unique brand as I shared my experience with others. You too can benefit from these great opportunities as you develop professionally and be a champion of a worthy cause. So why not join us? Whether you are a pensioner, a student, a business professional, or an organization, we have a place for you. Visit our website at jacs-association.org. You may also follow us on our various social media handles. I am Christine Brown, VP Membership of the Jamaica Customer Service Association, raising service standards nationally.
You, me, we got the power of service excellence.